Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very straight to the point topic. This is pseudoscience continued, but it wouldn't fit in the title. So, this is pseudoscience corrected part three. The question is: Are Native Americans Asian, and are Black Americans African? We're going to examine that today with a bed full of evidence, um, and the scholarship of Wani Spots. Um, so. First off, I want to let's talk about it. I brought out the big guns today. We're gonna go swimming through Noam Chomsky's uh, manufacturing consent. I've been saving this one for something special. What did Dr. Chomsky say? Now, keep in mind, manufacturing consent is a book that Black got Noam Chomsky blacklisted from his colleagues at MIT and Harvard and all that mess. Well, Noam Chomsky has a chapter in the book called The Propaganda Model. Man, does he give up the game. Dr. Chomsky says, quote, the mass media serves as a system for communicating messages and symbols to the general populace. It is their function to amuse, entertain, and inform, and to inculcate. That's an important word, inculcate individuals with the values, beliefs, and codes of behavior that will integrate them into institutional structures of the larger society. In a world of concentrated wealth and major conflicts of class interests, to fulfill this role requires systematic propaganda. So, my question is the notion that our Native Americans, um, which I'm mixed with, by the way, um, Asian, is that true? Is it propaganda? What are we looking at? And lastly, are Black Americans African? Is that true? Is that propaganda? What are we looking at? Wani, what you think?
Well, I think at a time, say for instance, we didn't have any other admixtures and we were just over here. Just like if we meet a Native American and they say, no, I'm not, I don't have any European admixtures and I didn't walk on the Trail of Tears with any people of African descent. So I'm 100% Native American. He's still not going to identify as Asian, and you're not going to see any Chinese people, crying and begging Native Americans to identify as Asian. And really, it's such a programming on us that I never thought about it, even though I work on this stuff all the time. I just remembered when somebody said, "Oh yeah, by the way, don't forget Native Americans are Asian." Somebody had like a commercial saying that. And but you never see an Inuit person. Inuit people could have walked across the Bering Straits and they would be Native Americans. So it's the same group. They share the same languages. We know where they came from. Those places still exist. Siberia still exists. And we know who their cousins are, right? So they are, in fact, immigrants. They came over here looking for better resources, just like the rest of the people. They are not like us. They did not form here. They formed somewhere else, and we know where that place is, just like we know where Europe is, and we know where the colonizers formed. We are a different case altogether because we have substantial amounts of these other groups, which throws us into another situation where our ethnicity formed here. It formed here. It's not seen anywhere else. And one other thing, mutations happen. And so with the Native American, I'm pretty sure after however long they've been here, maybe you could say some of them have been here 5,000 years, some maybe 13, some even 20,000 years. But the mutations are going to make them different. So their genetics or DNA is not going to look just like person you might find in Greenland, in around the North Pole. It may not look the same. I haven't looked at them, but I'll look it up right now. I don't think it's going to look the same because of different mutations.
Well, Wani, I got a secret weapon of scholarship. Just a secret weapon. It's a new book, and it's just groundbreaking. That talks about well, it's a Wani Spots treat. Like it's just amazing. But in the book, the author says he has a chapter on Siberia, so you knew exactly what you were talking about. And he says um, the ancestors of Native Americans interbred with the archaic and now extinct human species, only recently discovered and closely related to the more famous Neanderthals, who also produced offspring with our ancestors. Geneticists have named this species the Denisovans. Insufficient sampling has been done to establish exact levels, but the current estimates are that 0.13 to 0.17% of Native American DNA is of Denisovan origin, right? With indications of that data um, that some indigenous groups, for example, the Piapoco of the Colombia and Venezuela, are Denisovan. So I noticed the author has a map in the book, and that Denisovan cave, the Denisova cave, is like right in the heart of Siberia. It's ridiculous. You called it.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there. It's in the Russian district of
Yeah.
Siberia, bordered by Mongolia, China. So
Mm-hmm.
um, this is a trick bag. Let's go back to Noam Chomsky. So some a very a relatively small sample of what we call Native Americans, given the fact they're Denisovan, that borders Mongolia. So yeah, I would say that a relatively small sample are do have Asian genetics, but we have to get out of science for a second and look through the lens of mind control. Let's look at what Dr. Chomsky said. He says the raw material of news must pass through successive filters, leaving only the cleansed residue fit to print. That's deep as hell. So what Chomsky is talking about is manufacturing consent, getting people to believe. That's a fancy way of saying getting people to believe something, right? So, like Dr. Chomsky identified, the vast majority of Native Americans who are not of that lineage have been left out of history and cleansed out of history by the propaganda academic canon machine that leaves us with Denisovans and the red Native American. Art, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Native Americans aren't Asian. There's no such thing for the same reason why Black Americans aren't African. Like these are locations. I don't know why people keep playing. If whether you whether you try to divide 8 billion people into 5 to 10 races, or you try to divide them in 5 to 7 continents, it's the same thing. It's just scientific racism regurgitated. Um, I posted about this with race science. You know how the Southern strategy went along and then they changed the verbiage? All they did was change the verbiage to location, and it's a proxy for race. That's all they did. And so there's no such thing as a one location, one group people. That doesn't exist. I can post numerous genealogists, 8,000 of which came out and said the same thing, that they don't want their work used for proxy for race or race science. So, I mean, I don't know why in general conversation people latch onto it, but I mean, it's whatever. I mean, in logic, we have proof that Africans came here. Um, we have proof that not only Vikings, but Black Vikings came here. And then you also have proof that the European, the Asian, obviously through the Bering Strait. So these people, all these groups are already here prior to, and then the European, if you want to look at the Moors. So it's just, I don't know why people are acting like there's some monolithic thing for one continent. Now let's try to apply that logic. We know that there was the dark skinned European, hence the Moors. So that's not unanimous. We know there's dark skinned Asians because they already admitted that. We know there's dark skinned Australians. We know there's light skinned Africans because they've already admitted that. So why would you think that two continents, not just one, but two, is some monolithic group of people and they survived? That's not
Why
human
don't,
nature.
why don't we just say that white people are Asians? Because
Because
they came from
you're
the
still doing
Pontic
that place the
Caspian.
race shit
I'm
again.
just saying, if we're Africans and white people are Asians, because they came off the Caspian
The,
steppe,
the, the
and
most
some of that
prominent.
extends into Central Asia. So if you guys are Asians, you were hanging out with Genghis Khan, you were hanging out with all these Central Asian dudes. So now you're Asian. You want to
Okay, but
place me on a continent? I can do it. We can't. Number one, we can't be placed on a continent because we have too many admixtures. But
Facts.
they can.
Right.
I mean, no, because there's no genetic thing. Humans are
No, you're
99.9%.
true. You're right. There is no genetic thing.
Exactly.
There's no
So,
genes. Their
that the
genes are
dude,
not in Central Asia. Their genes are not in the Caspian steppe. Their genes are wherever the hell they are now, I
they're not
guess.
even, and I explained this to people before. Like, there's a distinction between the pale skin, even amongst what you would perceive to be the pale skin. Like, Germanics and Caucasians are not the same. They're not the same people. And matter of
Correct. You
fact,
need to
there's
have that.
more
You need
genetic
to have that
variation.
story.
There's more genetic, this is a fact, there's more genetic variation within a race than between them. So it's just like some these conversations are just social constructs that have no math, no validity, no anything outside of social. And race in itself, or race proxies, they if you go read, I have several sociological reports, says that it's downright destructive because you ethnicize people at a very minimum. So it's just, I don't know why people entertain the notion is what I'm getting at, because it'd be different if it had some kind of social value. And they, in contrast, they're doing ethnographic research in medical to better suit people's needs. So ethnicity has a use case where somebody's from, because of certain sicknesses in the prominent in one area is good. So you want to know nationality, but race or race proxies such as continents or whatever has no fucking use cases. It's like, again, you know what I mean? So I don't know. It's good for, I guess, entertainment purposes, but I wouldn't go
Well,
past that.
art, you're really close, but you're really close. It does have a use, a very insidious use. Let's
Oh,
look back.
scientific racism. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's insidious. Let's look back to Dr. Noam Chomsky. What does he say? The mass media serve as a system for communicating messages and symbols to the greater populace. It is their function to amuse, entertain, and inform, and to inculcate. So for those who don't know that word, inculcate means make you believe. You get called nigga so many times that you become the nigga. To quote what's our brother's name?
oh, I know
Oh,
who you're talking about.
his name is escape me.
Baldwin.
Baldwin, James Baldwin.
Yes,
You on
Baldwin.
it?
I was like, go a minute. I lost it too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So inculcate individuals with the values, beliefs, and codes of behavior that will integrate them into institutional structures of the larger society. It's programming, it's mind control. You are a this, therefore I need you over here. You are a that, therefore I need you over here. And guess what? I am a such and such. Therefore, I don't have to do that type of job. It's intended for me to live high on the hog. It's mind control, my friend.
Yeah, most
So,
Inculcation.
definitely. It's why you both had Indians mistaken as white people and Indians mistaken as black people. Equally so, you had white passing, right? So, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's, to me, it's just, after looking at something like Plake Spesky versus Ferguson, where they declared a 1/8 black person black, like that motherfucker must have been pale as shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
one
but yet,
eighth
and they were
out of
literally called a
10.
Negro. Like, so I mean, at
That's
that
is
point,
that an
it's like, what is a
octoroon
Native
as well?
American? According to
Is
Black
the
Elk, one drop Indian, you're Indian. So
he,
even Indian
he
chiefs
said one
believe,
eighth?
yeah, 1/8. It was in Plessy
Yeah.
versus Ferguson. So yeah, so if you're 1/8 Negro, you're Negro, and according to Black Elk, if you're one drop Indian, you're Indian. So what are you?
Why? Why one drop with them?
I
Yeah.
don't know.
How
That's
do
just
they
Black
get the
Elk's
same
thing because
rules
he wanted to
applied to
keep
them?
his family line. So he
How,
that's how he wanted to preserve it.
Yeah, but how do they get the same rules applied to them if we're not the same thing?
They applied it. The Indians themselves applied it. You were family if you were one drop
One
Indian. That's just the
drop.
way it was.
Okay, that's nice. So like I was saying, we can agree with that, but like you said, all the white people are not the same because Turkic people could come over here and be perceived as white, and they're not the same
Same with
as
North Africans.
they're not the same as Germanics and people that we call Italians. They're really a hodgepodge of a whole lot of different things, and they
right?
didn't come the Caspian Step per se. I mean, some of them might have blended in with people that did. These are all different groups. A lot of them
And
are
you know,
Germanic tribes.
Greeks
Well,
were they're from sub-Saharan Africa.
yeah,
So
Greeks have the highest
so
amount of
Mhm.
so all those alpha kappa betas, whatever, them dudes are all like African.
yeah. The Greeks have the highest instance of sickle cell outside of the black community. That tells you everything you need to know. Um,
Facts.
so this construct we call white, it was again going back to the Chomsky, was manufacturing consent. The word white was created in diametric opposition. I'm not going to say created. I'm going to say regurgitated, because for those of you who don't know, that the terms black and white were used in Scotland and in England to describe status in society. People who worked with their hands, I'm talking about Europeans who worked with their hands out, farmers, were considered black people. You see where this is going? So the word white was regurgitated when the decision was made to discover the new world. I say that with air quotes. Um, and it was created as a social construct to create a social hierarchy. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at a gigantic propaganda model. None of this stuff is scientific, which is why I wanted to put pseudoscience in the topic. Now, earlier, I think Art brought up something very interesting. He said that Europeans were used to be black. I'm paraphrasing him. According to J.A. Rogers, he says the only quote, the oldest known representation of a human body is that of a Negro woman. It was carved by a Negro sculptor of Grimaldi race from
Yeah.
10,000 to 15,000 years ago. It's called Venus of Willendorf, after the place in Austria where it was found. It is now in a Vienna museum. Now, Vienna is white, 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 but they're
It's older than that, and there's a lot of it's just not just them making the carvings. That's another thing that's very interesting. There's three groups making these Venus carvings that all look alike. Um, and they're in the same region, but some of them are spread out more. And yeah, they're in places where, here's the deal. One of the scientists said this is not only the skeleton of an African, but it is a Khoisan man. So it was labeled a Khoisan, and that's when the scientific world went into political mode. Oh no, we can't tell when it's that old. We can't say that it's a Negro. The rules don't apply to the skull back then. Yes, they do. So anyway, they got on his case for saying that. But anyway, um, those Venus carvings look exactly like certain women in the Khoisan tribe that have that disorder we discussed. Remember?
right. Yes.
Steatorgy, I can't pronounce it. Um, they draw that woman on cave walls, and now they're over here in Europe carving that Venus, and that is exactly the body shape. It's a specific body shape. It can't be denied. And a percentage of their women have it, and they deify those women. They treat those women like they're fertility goddesses. And Darwin even went over there and said that they liked big butts. Want me to read it?
They don't know
No,
why.
never mind.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead and read it. Read it, Wani. Go ahead.
The big butt quote. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
She said they like big butts. So I was like,
Well, yeah, she about to pull out a what you call that guy
Sir Mix
who
a Lot.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Right.
Old
So
school.
Charles Darwin was actually Sir Mix-a-Lot, but we didn't know it because we never heard this before. It says it is well known that with many Hottentot women, the posterior part of the body projects in a wonderful manner. They are Geus. And Sir Andrew Smith is certain that this peculiarity is greatly admired by the men. He once saw a woman who was considered a beauty, and she was so immensely developed behind that when seated on a level ground, she could not rise and had to push herself along until she came to a slope. Some of the women in various Negro tribes have the same peculiarity, and accordingly to Burton, the Samal men, now I'm still trying to find out who they are, but they're some kind of Khoisan. They are calling themselves Samal. Men are said to choose their wives by ranging them in a line and picking her out who projects furthest a tergo. That's an old word, a tergo. Nothing can be more hateful to a Negro man than the opposite form. So a Negro man gets violently angry if someone has a flat ass, is what Darwin was trying to say.
and,
Wow.
and Plato knew this when Plato was creating the blueprint for Western society. As Dr. Marimba Ani points out in Urugu, her masterpiece, Plato designed Western society in diametric opposition to the black man and woman, and nothing points this out further than ballet. The protocols for ballet were designed in diametric opposition of a big butt. If you think about it, like
They were.
in the dance stance, to have a perfect stance, you got to tuck your butt in. See, you see how it
Yes.
works.
But he was drooling over this woman's butt. He clearly said, right here, it is well known that with many Hottentot women, the posterior part of the body projects in a wonderful manner. Like, why is he calling it wonderful?
Because it is.
Because he's not over there drooling. And they literally took Venus Hottentot out of her tribe and over to France, where they drooled over her in those French men's clubs until they killed her with their sexually transmitted diseases from raping her.
Jeez. Oh my God. That's terrible. So back to the subject at hand. Our Native Americans, Asian. Wani brought up a point earlier, that the Black American has such a wide variety of DNA mixture. I'm paraphrasing our sister, that we don't fit on any continent. I meant to say, yeah, we do. We fit in North America because this is our continent, and that's the point. Yeah, if you look at Dr. Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States, he points out a battle for Georgia, for the Georgia Corporation, Alabama, and Mississippi against the Creeks. Now, the word Creek was not created by that group of Native Americans. That was literally created by the other society that identified them. So Dr. Zen says the Creeks, who occupied most of Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, were divided amongst themselves. Um, um, some were willing to adopt civilization of the white man in order to live in peace. Others insist in their land and their culture were called red sticks. So this what I'm trying to say here is the Creeks in the state of Alabama, my home state of Alabama, were Africoid in nature. They were I'm just gonna say it. They were called the niggas by the creek. And Andrew Johnson himself, I mean, Al Jackson himself, when he was a one-star general going to take that land, wrote in his diary, he said, I came down here to fight Indians, and all I found was a bunch of niggas. Um, so my point of bringing that up is the majority of Native Americans were not of, and back just to backtrack a little bit, Denisovan descent is of near Asian origin, but that doesn't mean that they're Asian. But in conclusion, I'm gonna say that the majority of Native Americans were of Melanesian, Austronesian, Negroid origin. But like Noam Chomsky points out in Manufacturing Consent, uh, the knowledge of that would give us the wrong inculcation. If what I'm and simply what I'm trying to say is, if the world knew that this is our fucking land, they knew that North America, the United States of America, was filled full of people who looked just like me, maybe a little darker than me, um, with nappy hair. It wouldn't take long for us to inculcate the fact that this is our fucking land, this is our fucking home. Which is the point. The propaganda model is trying to make us think that we belong somewhere else, which we don't. I've been to Africa. That's not. It's really beautiful, but it's not my home. The United States of America is. Art, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I put a map up in Jumbotron. I'm gonna also post the court case, and I'll read it when I find it. But uh, I was tracking it down before you called me, but I did want to point out the map. If you notice on that map, they separated the mound builders from the Indians. I just thought that
Hmm.
was interesting. But I'm also gonna I'll put my hand back up when I find that court case.
That's very
It's
fascinating. I've never
People
seen
versus
this.
Hall.
Thank you.
That's very fascinating. I wanted to show y'all, and I'm just become very protective over this book because I'm using it. I'm citing it heavily to in my next publication. But I wanted to show you. I will share this. The location of the Melanesian. Well, it says Melanesian, Austronesian population. It's right next to. It's gonna make sense when I post it. Stand by one moment. Bam. Check that out. So those dots. So it's a little cloudy picture. Forgive that, but those little black dots are Melanesian. So those of you who don't really know, Melanesian is a term that means like like an Africoid type. They look very black, right? Maybe a smaller in stature than us, but kind of like the this is a pejorative, pygmies, the Twa, but it's a good identifier. But my point of all that rambling was to show that Black Americans um, are we African or are we Melanesian?
You
I
know,
don't know.
it's funny.
Ask Monty. Monty would know.
What do you think,
I
Juan?
want to post the .gov because you brought that up, where they found pygmies in Tennessee.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I went to high school with a young man. He was twins, and they used to make fun of them because they looked exactly like pygmies. I mean, I went to middle school and high with them, but they would kind of make fun of them because they the little clicking noises and stuff. And I laugh. They walk up to them, like all that stuff. And I laughed, but their daddy owned like the best and largest franchise. I'm not gonna say it on here because some of y'all would recognize it, but a very large franchise of barbershops in Birmingham. And so they were kind of well to do. They had the best shoes and best coats and stuff. But as I got older, I thought about it. I was like, damn, those little boys are, they're of pygmy lineage. Like, so my point of bringing that up is we have, and pygmy is a pejorative. It's Twa or Batwa. They're a Batwa lineage. So we had Batwa running around Birmingham, Alabama.
So
Spent,
they were Black Americans.
oh yeah, 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 yeah. I could almost find a picture of them. Well, hell, I'm gonna say it. The barbershop's called Etheridge Brothers. It was two brothers that, and the franchise took over Birmingham. I haven't been back home in a while, but I'm pretty sure it's still dominant because the Sons kind of took over the franchise. It's just all over Birmingham. Real brilliant idea, actually. But the Sons, they were twins and they looked like pygmies, or that's why. And the
Were they
daddy,
short?
very, I mean, clear cut, that's why. And the daddy was a twin. So the two daddies were twins that cut hair, and they look Batwa. So I'm just saying we have that lineage running all through Alabama. I would go so far as to say this. Um, I bet you if I pulled a study, I could prove that the majority of foundational Black Americans in northern Alabama, Birmingham, hell, from Montgomery up to Birmingham, are of indigenous lineage. We didn't come from the slave trade. I don't think most of us did. Now I have an exception because I have it. My father's from Virginia. We can trace him to that boat, that 1619. But the majority of Alabamians are indigenous blacks. I mean, Tuscaloosa means Black Warrior River. I mean, you can just do the math in your head. Black warrior, duh. Savannah,
Um,
talk to me.
mm,
Wording is important, Professor. You're correct.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out, what do you think the odds are that they find pygmies in Tennessee and they find the oldest DNA on the planet in South Carolina?
You know what I'm saying? That's me and Wani and I's thesis. Like, there's a lot of money and a whole lot of effort to tell us who the fuck we are. You know, people don't waste billions of dollars trying to tell you who you are for no reason. It's a reason behind that. And you know what? To tell you the truth, they would have got away with it with me if they didn't bring so much attention to it. I think I've come to a conclusion that the reason they don't want me to know who I am because I am the direct descendant and proper legal inheritant of the United States of America. I am the only non-immigrant. That's why you calling me African American. You trying to throw me off. All this shit is game. Savannah, talk to me.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me? Sorry.
I,
Um, hey, Professor Nikki and Wani. So the question you asked, are we Melanesian or African? And there was a space, a YouTuber I used to, or not a YouTuber, excuse me, a Twitter person who I used to follow, a library. She held a space with a girl who was more like Melanesian descent, and they were talking about it. And primarily the what they came up with and what the sources that they cited was that we're more related to the Melanesian people than we are African.
right.
Um, but yeah,
Yeah, I knew it. And I knew it. I kind of had this floating around my head, but the first time I went to Africa, I got off that plane. I was so excited because I had been gaslighted that I'm home. You know, everybody saying, welcome home, welcome home. You know, and I walked down that street and caught eyes with them folk. I was looking at the way they walked, I was looking at the way they facial features, and that feeling that you get, my foundational Black Americans in here, you know, that feeling you get no matter wherever you travel in the US. You know what I'm saying? When you're in a black neighborhood and you're like, I mean, what's up? You know, you in Harlem, you in Atlanta.
that's how I was when I was in Compton. I was like, wait, this is the hood. But then again, I learned that what I thought was the hood in Cleveland is very different than the hood in Compton. But me and my friend, we were like relaxed. Like we thought we were like in the suburbs. Like everybody was nice. Like even the crack kids was nice. Like we were like, where to get the best food? It was like go to this chicken spot, avoid that chicken spot. Like it was real good.
Yeah, the crackheads, man. I don't be afraid of them. They'd be so hospitable. They'll tell you how to get anywhere.
I didn't want to waste my weed, and so I gave the dude what I had left, and it was just like, listen, sweetheart, like you like the nicest person ever. I'm like, y'all literally saved us from like having the worst experience possible because our Airbnb person was Mexican and white, and then we like it's a whole long story, but yeah, good people.
You know, I've heard that's the danger. This is off topic, but it's I heard that's the danger of Compton. I've been to Los Angeles. I don't think I've been to Compton, but I heard the danger of the hoods in Los Angeles is they're real pretty, and you're like, man, it's a nice neighborhood. Wrong, because everywhere
That's
else
what
in
that's why when I was over there, it took me, I didn't understand where they were talking about the neighborhood being all this and that. And I was like, but I'm just at somebody's house. It just looks like a regular neighborhood. Where's all this, Well, yeah, bullets were flying over my head, I'm not going to lie. But it doesn't look like that. It looks like you're in a regular neighborhood and then bullets fly over your head. So it is kind of deceptive, if, especially if you're raised nearby those neighborhoods and you go over there to visit your friends, you just don't see it the same way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, I've been a lot of places in the U.S. and no matter if it's Rochester, New York, where I lived for a little while, or Birmingham, Alabama, or Memphis, Tennessee, the hoods look similar. You know, they got the same symptoms. but I heard Los Angeles is the one place. Why is that? Is it like a culture of like, well, taking care of your yard or something in LA?
Well,
I
now
didn't
I
see I
don't
didn't
know.
see not one dandelion. Sorry.
Wow.
I don't know really. Some of those neighborhoods that used to be Black Americans, yeah, they had nice lawns, but now a lot of those neighborhoods are Mexican and they smell like urine.
Wow. All right, back to the creeks. I wanted to kind of identify something. Where is it? When Andrew Jackson was raiding the Negroes by the creek, they bumped into a chief named Black Hawk. I mean, it's in the words. Black Hawk. Why would his name be Black Hawk? Duh. When Black Hawk was defeated and captured in 1832, he made a surrender speech. That was from Dr. Zen's People's History of the United States. Black Hawk said, an Indian who is as bad as the white man could not live in our nation. He would be put to death and eaten up by wolves. The white men are bad schoolmasters. They carry false books and deal in false actions. They smile in the face of the poor Indian to cheat him. They shake him by the hand to gain their confidence, to make them drunk, to deceive him, and ruin their wives. We told them to leave us alone, and they kept away from us. They followed on and beset our paths, and they coiled themselves among us like a snake. They poison us by their touch. We are not safe. We're in danger. We are becoming like them, hypocrites and liars, adulterous, lazy, drones, talkers, and no workers. The white men do not scalp the head, but they do worse. They poison the heart. Um, that's what we're looking at when we're looking at scholarship that tells us that Native Americans are Asian and blacks are African American. That's a poison. It's a psychological poison to gaslight us, and it's serving two functions. It's very insidious, but it's very thorough. I will give it to the system for their level of thorough, um, um, their thorough level.
You were saying something. I wanted to say something real quick.
Go.
The Sumerians referred to themselves as the black-headed ones.
Wow.
Wonder why?
It's in your face. It's in languages,
And,
everything.
and multiple versions of this. None of it's saying anything about black raven-haired ones, black-headed ones. It's weird.
It's in your face. It's pretty clear to me.
Wait, I want to add to that last thing she said because I posted just the insights on hair, skin, and eye color of ancient contemporary Native Americans. The studies in the purple pill, and there's also I guess I can put it in the jumbotron. But when you get to their skin, fun fact, skin dark black, dark black, dark black, dark black. And to be clear, this is the Mexicans, the Mixtecs, the Pimas, the Mayans, all separate groups, mind you. Dark black, dark black. There's only one intermediate, and then dark black, dark black, dark black, but all the way through. I won't waste your time keep saying dark black, but yeah, that's the ancient Native Americans.
Yeah, it's telling you. It's in the language. It's telling you who they were. And let me point out the insidious nature of this gaslighting. Native Americans are portrayed through academic canon as Denisovan or of Asian ancestry. The majority of them, right? Right? And blacks are have been rehashed as African. So what does that do? That's a two-pronged attack that lets you know or makes it gaslights Black Americans to say, "Hey, the Native Americans ain't you. That ain't you, right? Well, who am I? Oh, you're African." That's so insidious. So that'll have you looking somewhere where you're not really welcome. I've been all over West Africa. Our money's welcome over there. You know, but when the money dries out, Savannah, talk to us.
Have you seen the documentary Exterminate All the Brutes?
No.
Exterminate
Oh,
all the what?
All the what?
exterminate all the
The what?
exterminate all the brutes.
Oh,
Brutes.
Yes.
oh.
Oh,
Let me
but
Google that.
look who's going down.
Yeah, it's
A lot of people are going down.
yeah, so it's a documentary on HBO Max, and well, I think the biggest thing that I took from it, from what you mentioned, the Black Hawk, he noted how they took the name, they took our massacres and they named them after military operations as a way to like mock us and like a way of like remembrance. Same way with Thanksgiving, and they're turning it into a holiday. So it's like a psychological warfare that they're like constantly playing on us. Um, he's a
Well,
Haitian man, the
another
guy who
thing,
created it.
the documentary.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you
yes.
were saying
No,
sorry.
no, no. I was there. Yeah, he's from Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Interesting.
The black, what's on your mind? Can you hear me, the black?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was just about to say I love that documentary Exterminate All the Brutes. Like it makes you think,
What's that
you know what I'm
about?
saying, in reverse, because it showed that white people are the slaves, and then but when it comes down to black people, it still try to like switch it up and put us in like we was just there, kind of like, and the Native Americans was the little Siberian agents, but it's a good documentary. It makes you think. It makes you look at history in a different perspective.
So yeah, so he basically breaks it down to that, society sees four races. You got the white, and he's the quote unquote civilized man. Then you have the Asian, and he's the semi civilized or civilized, excuse me, man. And then you have the Native American, and they're somewhat civilized, but they're just not quite there. And then you have the brute, and we quote unquote will never be civilized, and we're the quote unquote darker melanated people around the world. And so what you have is you have this hierarchy of people, and everybody's on agreement that the brutes are it's everyone against the brutes basically.
I'm gonna say this one more time because we got new people in the room, and it's just so important. She said everybody's in agreement. Where are we learning this from? We're learning this from the mass media system, right? One more time. The Dr. Noam Chomsky says, "quote The mass media serves as a system for communicating messages and symbols to the general populace. It is their function to amuse, entertain, and inform, and to inculcate individuals with the values, beliefs, and codes of behavior that will integrate them into institutional structures of the larger society." Yes, that's why she said the brutes. Who are the brutes? You're being inculcated with ideas of your place in society. Um I taught 1 year at a private school in Memphis. It was the only job I could find. It was early childhood, and it was almost a nightmare, but the kids were really cool. And the parents, the majority of my parents were Chinese. They worked at St. Jude. They were deep. Like these were like really brilliant people. But in the beginning of the year, the Chinese parents laid the law down to me. They said, "Look, um, you're the specialist. This is your job. You do what you do. But we're going to make one." And they're collective with this. They said, "Whatever you do not show our children television. If the other kids want to watch cartoons, they don't get to watch them." And I thought that was the craziest shit I ever heard in my life. I was like, dude, that's children watch cartoons. That's what the fuck they do, right? I'm American. That's what we did. So, the dynamics of my class, it was like 60% Chinese children, and maybe 20%, not 10% black. There's a couple black kids, and the other 30% was Caucasian. Well, so one day one little girl kept screaming about, "I want to see what's the thing with the ice princess, the Frozen. I want to see Frozen. I want to see Frozen." And I finally, like a month later, I caved. All right, fine, let's watch Frozen. So we watched Frozen, and for the rest of the school year, my one of my black little girl, my foundational Black American little girl, and one of the Asian girls came to school dressed like Elsa. I mean, with a blonde wig on, and I understood immediately then what my Asian parents were trying to do. They they were trying to protect their children from being attacked by this multimedia machine that tells you that you're not good enough. They tell you standards of beauty look like A, and if you don't look like A, then you're ugly, and you got to spend money to look like a standard of beauty. It's ridiculous. Art, what's on your mind?
We're the only people, but
Oh,
we're
I'm
the
sorry. Go
only
ahead, Wani.
people who challenge. We're the only people that challenge that standard and won. We're the only people. Did Caribbeans challenge the standard of beauty? No, they bleached
Nope.
and just accepted their fate. We're the ones who said we like big butts or we like this and that, curves, brown skin. We're the ones who had all the songs about brown skin and afros and all the rest of it. We're the ones who were wearing the afros. Everyone else, we were being told by Africans to not wear that. There's an article that says stop wearing the afro. Your hair is out of control. I'll find the
Yeah, where
article.
my
They were mad about it. Hmm.
where my '80s babies at? Y'all
Hmm.
remember Outcast afros and braids?
I
Anyway,
mean, I mean, I was late '90s, but again, remember, like,
80s.
I
Outkast
didn't.
wasn't in the 80s.
I'm not, I'm
Yeah,
saying
that
I
was.
said '80s babies. We grew up in the '90s, early 2000s, and then when I was in, I think I was in elementary school. That Outcast, um, what was the name of it? Players, dang, I forgot the name. But all the players came from far around wearing afros and braids.
That
Afros
was
and braids.
Players Ball.
Players ball.
Oh,
That's it.
that's Outcast. Yeah.
Yeah, Outcast Players Ball. But hey, I just want to say what's up to the room. Hey, everybody, happy Friday. Sister Whiny, blah, 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 blah. Hi, Whiny.
Hey,
Um, I wonder. I I posted the case law on the jumbotron. I found that, and in the case law it says we are of the opinion that the words white, Negro, mulatto, Indian, and black person, wherever they occur in our Constitution and laws, must be taken in their generic sense, and that even admitting the Indian of this continent is not of the Mongolian type, that the words black person in the 14th section must be taken as counter distinguished from white and necessarily excludes all races other than Caucasian. So,
what are
yeah,
you reading from?
I posted everything in the purple pill and in the jumbotron, but I'm reading from the case law. It's the only thing in the jumbotron that says case law. Um, and then I'm going to read this newspaper article. I posted that also. Um, where's that?
This
Shit,
this is
I
good.
had to
This is
skip
good
down
stuff,
there.
Art. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, and this Senator Jeff Davis of Arkansas, in discussing an Indian bill. Remember, we're talking about an Indian bill. The other day, alluded a number of times to N-word Indians and N-word niggers. There, sorry, I said that, so I said the word anyway, but he said Indian niggers. There were numerous black men in the galleries at the time, and they did not like such references to their race. But if they were talking about Indians, why would anybody take offense to that? So yeah, I just thought that was all unique, and that's a senator talking in a newspaper. So yeah, and when you add that plus the odds, like again, that pygmies were found in Tennessee. Oh yeah, I gotta post that too. Uh, in that the oldest DNA's in South Carolina. I mean, like
Now, when you
it's
say
hard to say.
pygmies, which pygmies do are you guys referring to? The Batois, because well, the Negritos were over here as well. So, and they're tiny. Do you think it could be Negritos or you think it's Batois? Because there's
It
no
could have been
history.
either or.
Because there's
It could have
really
been
no
either or.
history of pygmies, the Batois, sailing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know
That doesn't
them
mean they didn't
to.
hitch a ride at
That's
any point in
true.
time.
Anything could happen. But we do know that the Negritos populated all of Southeast Asia. It's called Sundaland and parts of India. And we do know that they did travel and populate the South Pacific Islands. And we do know that they came to the New World because their DNA is found there. So we do know those tiny people moved around as well as the Aboriginals, their DNA is found here in the people that are in the Amazon. The most of it is found in the isolated Amazon tribes. So the other pygmy, I wonder if that's if we can tell whose DNA that is.
Well, I'll post the actual thing that from the Tennessee report that came from the .gov. Um, you'll have to come to a conclusion on that. But what I will say is it wouldn't be shocking to me if mounds seem super big to pygmies. And like, so you know what I mean? So like that's why I'm thinking because they don't mention the mound builders and there is a thing that I posted from Harvard, uh the postulated ancient African mound builders of Detroit, Michigan. I posted that, it's a good read too. So these people were clearly dark, and you know what I mean? Like nobody disputes that. So if the mound builders are considered aborigines like the Indians and yet separate, as I posted on that .gov, where did those people go? That's what
Well,
my
see,
question is.
here's the deal. A lot of times they'll find a mound and they'll just attribute it to a group that they know of. So they'll say, "Oh, the Mississippians made this, or the this group made that." But it's actually not. I mean, they did this in Peru. They said the Incans built this wall, and the Incans are like, "No, we didn't. The wall was here when we got the wall was there when we got here." Well, who built it? And they're like, "This is the part we repaired, and it's all crumbly looking like I did it." Right? And the other part of the wall is smooth and looks like how the hell did they do that? Because it's perfect, and it doesn't even have
It's
mortar. It has something
vitrified.
that we
It's
don't know what it is.
like they
Right.
melted
But
it.
it looks
Exactly.
like, oh,
It looks like, anyway, it they can't recreate that wall now. And I went over to Bolivia and being in their area, and I saw them literally building homes. And they don't build like, they're just beginning to use bricks. Okay? They were using thatch roofed houses. They're just starting to use bricks, and it's nothing like those buildings. They don't know anything about it. And then when you ask them, who did this, what's this over here? We don't know. They're just like big blocks that the giants were playing with those one night. And they were making a lot of noise and they disappeared into a gate and everybody thinks they're crazy. Why on earth would these people play around with these big megaton blocks and then all of a sudden forget how to build buildings?
Ridiculousness. But that goes into this pseudo history that I wanted to put in this title. You're looking at a manufactured consent of pseudo history that has a purpose. You know what I'm saying? But back to the Batois, how did they get to the mainland America? Because they don't sail. They don't. They didn't have. There's no evidence of them having a boat. Let's not never forget about the Pangea theory. This was one continent. Um,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
we were
absolutely.
all in the same place. Into the young Andreas and the survivors.
Well,
Go ahead.
my only problem with that theory is Pangea happened 300 million years ago. But
That is a
I did
problem.
I did post Tennessee.gov and the Jumbotron for the pygmies, so you guys could have that read.
Pygmies are not that old, okay? They they
300,
they just
I mean, maybe we were around for 300
300
million
million
years, but
years
they're
is
I'm
a
just saying
pygmies.
why
long
was it so
time.
long?
Maybe it was another kind of pygmy. Okay,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
still don't they
know.
still have some
Pygmies are
around
not
that
that
are
old.
like a taller version of the older pygmies?
they would
Because
have been like Homo erectus.
They wouldn't even be human. They would be the other
Yeah, they'd be
hominids,
like Homo
though.
erectus.
That's too far away. That Pangea is just really not hitting
And
right.
even that is debunked because like Darwinism is really easy to beat, right? Because when you go back and you look at the Homo sapiens, they went with like miniature changes that wasn't self-inflicted, mind you, for 400,000 years. So the idea that you could come from Lucy in 2 million is just, yeah, it's a stretch to say the least.
Very-
What do you,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so what do you feel? A lot of scientists are saying that our genetics
She cut off. I missed
One,
one
you
part.
broke up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you went in the matrix for a second.
What?
We heard our genetics.
Our genetics. Oh, human beings'
Yeah,
genetics
yeah.
could not develop that quickly, right? In the time period. So they're basically saying you would not be a Neanderthal living in a cave and then be a Homo sapien hanging out with Neanderthals, and then kaboom, now you're building skyscrapers and flying to the moon. They said that no, something intervened and smartened us up. Thoughts?
Yeah,
I I don't believe that. Like I
it-
just don't. 400,000 years is more than enough for humans to progress to where they have right now. So I mean, I just don't see the talking monkey or the missing link. Show me the talking
What
monkey.
I just did. Didn't you hear me talking?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're looking at, and this is gonna piss a lot of people off, but you can look up the uh, the Epic of Gilgamesh. I think at UCLA has it. You can look at the Vedas, the Indian Vedas. You can look at hell. It's hidden in the Bible. What it say? The sons of God found the daughters of men, and they were fair. So there are several ancient texts, and I'm not calling the Bible an ancient text, but I'm saying there are several ancient texts that insinuate and dance around the idea of a supreme humanoid being coming down and giving those hominids a little push, maybe through gene therapy. The Epic of Gilgamesh is very thorough with it. It basically says that the a group called the Anunnaki needed a slave race to mine gold, and they saw us and said, you know what? Let's help them become a little bit smarter. And they mixed DNA, gave us Anunnaki DNA, which would explain that exponential jump. If you look back in history, the evolution of technology every 10,000 years is not that great. You go from using one type of drill, one type of tool to another more refined tool. But if you look in the recent history, the last 100 years, um, technological advances are just outright exponential. Let me prove it right quick. If you look at 1880, police were riding around on a horse, right? 60 years later, they were dropping nuclear weapons. What does that mean? Either A, the Anunnaki theory that pisses a lot of people off. Oh, I don't want to hear it. It's time for me to go now. Or that happened, or somebody found something. Hint, hint, hint. Twizzle, what's on your mind?
Hey
H-
everybody, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Uh we know we've been having these conversations about the Anunnaki and the esoteric knowledge. We've been having these conversations with our brother Chariot for the past couple of weeks. You know what I mean? And this has been some real deep knowledge. And I kind of like think this is something that you would have to have a whole space on to inform people and bring people up on this because this is kind of deep and this is like a whole nother encyclopedia Brown of type of knowledge. But when you think about it and when you look at it, as we always said, and as I always say, there's only four races of man: Ebonoid, Rubenoid, Citroid, and Abonoid. We've been on this planet millions of years. So how many civilizations, cultures, and you know what I'm saying, empires we didn't built that's been washed away and gone to history that we done forgot about? You know what I'm saying? I feel like right now we are in a time right now to where we are in the best position to make our own history. You know,
yes.
I'm not trying to throw the room off or go to somewhere else, but look at where we at right now, my Black Americans. We are in a position, we are in a good position. We are in a position that we had never been in damn near hundreds of years. You know, look what happened to this political atmosphere on how everybody is talking about us. Everybody is kissing our butt now. In the next coming election, everybody's finna be pandering to us. Now, I'm not talking about the election. I'm going to speak on our advancement and reparations. I'm 50 years old. from Oakland, California. Reparations was like the leprechaun at the end of a rainbow. Leprechaun is like the werewolf. Reparations is like the Bigfoot, something that's mythical that never could happen. But look where we at with reparations right now, my people. Reparations is a topic amongst Black Americans, something that has never been. We are making more advancements in it. And with this political statement that we made with this election right now, I really feel that we are in a good position to lay out our laws, to lay out our wants, and to state our facts. And my brothers and sisters, we have to be focused on this. We can't be distracted with the if, ands, who, was, or what people got to say. We have to be focused on our plan. We have to be focused on our reparations plan. And to those don't know, I suggest you start learning this because everybody and their mom is going to be questioning us. And as long as we are on code, knowing what we are talking about, we're going to have all the evidence for our argument that reparations is something that's old. I was on here with a conversation with a lady the other day talking about reparations is something that, reparations is that something that Black people didn't get acknowledged. No, reparations is what we did get acknowledged. Reparations is a debt that's owed to Black Americans. Black Americans were promised when they was freed the 40 acres in the mill, and that was a promise that was never kept. So that's a debt that's owed. It's a lineage debt that's owed. And if you don't know about that, you can't be speaking on reparations. So hey, y'all, I just came to say what's up to the family. Say hey, Nikki to God. You know what I
Hey,
mean, Sister
what does she mean
Wani.
by acknowledged? Doc, what
She
does
was
she
trying to
mean?
say that she was trying to say that reparations is something that it's a claim that Black Americans wasn't recognized and something that we need to be acknowledged as. I forgot who the lady was, but I had that conversation where and I told her that, man, reparations is about a debt that's owed. Reparations is a debt that's owed to lineage based Black Americans to where when they was freed, they was promised 40 acres in a mill and never got it. But watch European immigrants come over here doing the Homestead Act and accumulate thousands of millions of acre worth of land. I tried to
Facts.
tell her that, but you know how those rooms be where people want to cater and be nice and but I laid the law down and that's what I did. So that's what I'm saying, y'all. We really have to stay focused on this and everybody not our friend. And we don't need everybody. What we have right now amongst us in here is all we need, and we're gonna blaze the trail. Because everybody is distracted. We have, excuse my language, we have a lot of attention whores in here. We got a lot of people bribing for attention. You got a lot of people in here striving for clickbait, and you got a lot of people who too busy trying to be the next new black media or have the next thousand faces. It's not about that. I know a lot of people don't like this man, but I respect this man, what he said. It's not about what people can do for you. It's all about what you can contribute to the cause. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to contribute to our cause so we can have our reparations, so we can get our black crime bill, and we can take our motherfucking right in America. Because as I said this, and I did a PBS interview when we had the reparations task force meeting out here in 22. I said our reparations is a beginning for a Black American renaissance. And that's what our reparations is because we need a rebirth. We need a rebirth to our new millennium. Just like Harlem had its renaissance, our reparations is our Black American renaissance. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna land my plane there. Shout out to everybody, Professor Nikki the God and Black, Sister Whiny, everybody. Shout out to y'all, man. Happy Friday. Shout out
Happy
Art.
Friday,
I
bro.
see you, Art.
Oh, Twizzle, I want to add to the one thing about the money. Yep, you don't have to worry about the money. You just got to follow it. Come fun fact. If you learn, it's like I think it's the Panic of 1873, which was post after they freed the slaves. Um, yeah, the whole financial system that exists today, um, was based off slave credits and land coins. You can literally look that up. So yeah, the whole credit system was based in
Yeah, Wall
slavery.
Street.
So yeah, the whole financial system owes its money,
Wall
not
Street.
just a
Wall Street
country.
traded slaves.
That's the part that I think people they missed. But if you follow the money from that point, I actually gonna put that actually in the I'm gonna put it in the Jones chart, but I put it in the purple pill. There's like a point in history where they wrote a letter, and I'll read it to the room, because when you understand this letter, and it's like 1877, which is what 12 years after slavery. you'll understand how slavery produced the new system.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't like MetLife, an insurance company, a part of all that as well, and
Or
Asia.
basically what you're saying is
No,
slavery remade the new economic system what we have right now.
No, no, no.
Yes.
exactly.
Yes.
Right to
I was
the
saying that,
American Banking
yeah, they were a part of
Association.
that as well. They were in the insurance bank branch of it all. Like you could buy insurance on your slave. That
Yeah.
happened.
What he was saying is the term is underwrite. Slavery underwrote this system. It's the foundation, which is why we refer to ourselves as foundational Black Americans, because slavery served as the foundation that this um, our economic system can grow upon. This is a little off our topic, but it's very important. I was toying with having a space on this. One of my heroes, Dr. Amos Wilson, talked about that underwriting vis-a-vis slavery. He talked about it in schools of business, where you go to Harvard MBA or University of Pennsylvania MBA, and you're learning about complex ways to um, get dividends or compound interest. And according to Dr. Wilson, they don't tell you. What they fail to tell you is all that money that you're messing with at Harvard Business School was created vis-a-vis slavery. It was underwritten with us. We are the foundation of this dollar. This dollar is was backed with our blood, sweat, and tears. Twizzle, what's on your mind, man?
Man, my bad. I put my hand up by accident. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. So let's shift gears a little bit. Our
Wait.
oh,
Can I
go ahead,
restart
Art. Go
this
ahead.
real quick before you? Okay. This was called the Hazard Circular. It was. I can't remember the dude's name. It actually says it in the post. I'll put, like I said, I'll put it in the purple pill. But it says slavery is likely to be abolished by the war power, and all shall tell slavery abolished. This I and my European friends are in favor of, for slavery is but the owning of labor, and carries with it the care of laborers, while the European plan, led on by England, is that capital shall control labor by controlling wages. The great debt that the capitalists will see to it to make out the war must be used as a means to control the volume of money. To accomplish the bonds must be used on a banking basis. We are now waiting for the Secretary of Treasury to make a recommendation to Congress. It will not do to allow the greenback, which they tried to do during the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln did, as it is called, as it is called, to circulate as money at any length of time, as we cannot control that. So now you know what happened to the greenback,
Right.
and that was the precipice of the new era of the financial institution.
You broke up, Art. Art, I got a question for you. You're really smart with this type of stuff. Do you think we're entering into a new epoch of money? You think money is gonna go on digital, like crypto?
Yeah, because you already see it. The only company, I'm sorry, the only country I wanted to call it a company that profited probably the last 3 years, maybe 2 years, definitely last year, was El Salvador. It's net positive.
Wow.
It didn't go in any debt.
Mm.
So yeah, and their only move for change for that was making Bitcoin their reserve currency. And then Trump is trying to. I have the legislation for that. Add $1 million, sorry, 1 million Bitcoin to as part of our reserve. So much so that they even want to sell gold to acquire
Wow.
Bitcoin. So yeah,
All right.
gold went down when Bitcoin was going up. I don't know
I
if you've
missed
seen
it.
that. People were legit. Yeah, if you go look at the gold, just look when it dips, and Bitcoin's going up because people legit sold gold to buy Bitcoin, and I'm pretty sure it's
I
government.
get a little sore when I hear the word Bitcoin. Around the time where Bitcoin was 50 cents a share, I had a friend who did some time in prison, and for some reason in prison, folks be knowing everything. And this dude was talk. We worked the same part time job, and he was like, "Man, hey, it's something called Bitcoin," and he was telling me to get a wallet and to buy it, and I had $200 extra. And I said, "You know what?" I thought about it. I said, "Nah."
You'd have been a millionaire by now.
I would have hundreds of millions of dollars.
Dude, you will be set right now, dude.
Yeah.
Don't you know, bro? I just went and paid my registration, dude. My California DMV registration, and they told me I could have paid it with Bitcoin.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah. At the DMV, they got the little machine. They're out of where you can
It's
pay for
getting
your
legit.
registration, and they had with Bitcoin on there. And
Getting
Professor,
legit.
you right. A motherfucker, I mean, my brother tried to put me up on Bitcoin in 14 when it was $5 a share.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? And we had I don't want to talk too much, but we had just came up. So I had like $1,000. So I put 500 on something else, and I just had 500. Some and my brother, he bought the Bitcoin, but he sold his.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Because it was at a time to where people was buying Bitcoin. So if like it was $5 and it was people coming like, well, I'll give you $10 for your Bitcoin. And people were selling their Bitcoin back then. This is like before 16 had hit. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Everybody was selling their
Did
Bitcoin, but
you
go ahead.
did you invest in fat base like I did?
No, I didn't. You know
Mm.
what? I'm gonna keep it
I want
100.
my
I
money
didn't get
back.
in investing. I didn't get in investing
I
until
want
the
my money back.
2020s. But go
I
ahead.
want my money back. I want
Fuck
my money
fan
back.
base. Yeah, go ahead.
It's called fat base now, so I'm just changing the name there.
Somebody was calling it fat bitch. These
I
people
call
are
it mushroom base. I call it mushroom nose base. That nigga knows so goddamn big boy, man. He got a regime of steam and vacuum cleaner nose.
Ma- m-
Damn, that brand?
Man, y'all seen that? Y'all seen that? Y'all seen that cartoon to?
Hey, Wanda, you remember that, huh?
Damn.
Hey, y'all seen that cartoon Tariq Nasheed made about
Gotta
yeah,
get rough.
Tariq is
Oh boy.
cold blooded for that. That was I I just know not to ever mess with him.
Oh man.
Do not get cartoon eyes because I still have chopper suits in my head. It doesn't go away. Once you get cartoon eyes, you're done. You are forever a clown.
Oh, Sister Wani, I would never forget the black and white pencil sketching of Lori Lightfoot. And he was like, they want me to put this in the museum. I laughed for 2 days off that. He was like, y'all ain't shit. And she was over there looking like Golem with a suit on from Lord of the Rings. Man, I
And she
laughed for damn near
doesn't
two
care.
days.
Man.
Yeah,
The funny thing about it is she just sits there like, "Yep, I'm ugly as hell and crazy looking," and she doesn't care.
but that's why she like women. Because she know goddamn well ain't no man gonna want her.
Man.
Or they're looking like Golem. My precious,
What's
precious.
wrong with that woman? She was making fun of getting called Beetlejuice herself.
No, what kills me is when she did that video where she was laying on a couch like she was on there masturbating. Like, what is you doing with that
Yeah.
afro,
I
with
didn't
that
see
fucking
that.
high top fade
Listen,
over
I
there
was
looking like
trying to
kid and
forget
playing
about
shit?
that. I
I
forgot
mean,
about
what is
that.
you
Oh my
doing?
Why would
lord.
you
And if
want
you
to
don't
I'm gonna
believe
have
me,
to
not?
look,
send me
hey,
that.
you think that's something? Look at Gretchen Whitmer when she was giving that communion to that was that a woman or a man?
We don't know.
Somebody gonna have to send me that video of Lori Lightfoot. I'm trying to remember if I've seen it. I don't.
No, you
she
don't.
was
You don't
she
want
was
to see
like
it.
they
You
showed
don't
a
want to see
video
it,
of her
Nikki.
like she was laying on the couch. She had her like her button up shirt on, and she tossing her head laughing back and forth like she trying to orgasm and nothing. It was something that was going on there. I'm like, they really played that? Like you talking about inappropriate? Like, come on now, man. You know, it's a difference between professionalism and pandering. You know what I'm saying?
That's pandering?
That I don't know what that was. It was disgusting to me. I thought she was
Damn, who are you
masturbating
talking
on
to?
there. I thought she was
Well,
masturbating on there, me
they
personally.
were. Remember that woman was doing a cartwheel or standing on her hands and twerking at the same time at
Yeah,
the Rhode
yeah.
Island?
On the beach.
That
On the
was
beach.
pandering.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pandering to. Who is she doing? Like, what votes are you like? Explain it to
Working
me. I
for
don't
votes.
care.
What she said it was? Working for votes or something.
She got cussed out all over the place.
She got ran out
Look,
of Florida because of that.
Grinding for a
some
green card.
guy, some guy posted that he said he's not talking to anybody who voted for Trump because they have bad morals, and I was like, what? Anyway, um, everybody in the comments section is like disowning their families, bitterly mad.
Mm.
This woman committed suicide. Another guy shot his whole family up. They're dedicated to this. They're making comments, losing their big time jobs at these scientific magazines. They are dedicated to
I
having
said, hold up.
arrangements in them.
Wait a minute. Let me put some bone in it.
What happened?
Oh, you disappeared. I don't know who was next. Was it Midwest or Oso on Rim? I think it was Midwest. Midwest, holla at us. What's on your mind?
Wait, I had two things to say. Yeah,
You
Is this
broke up,
your
bro.
king?
Lori Lightfoot came to my
Everybody's
job one
breaking
time.
up.
She's a hardcore dyke. I mean, Timberland.
You
You
broke up,
don't
bro.
say. He said enough. Can't break him up too bad.
uh, Midwest, you breaking up, man. You might want to drop and come right back or
Look,
find us.
Lori Lightfoot's ghost got in on him.
Goddamn.
We'll bring you right back, Midwest. I don't know if this is also Rim.
Yeah, 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 it's me.
Okay, what's
Hey,
up, man?
to read diabolical dude said, I'm wearing one of your bed sheets, son. What's this bussy stain on the front? That he is diabolical for that. Like,
No,
man.
what was funny is he said, "Hey, why don't you be with no bitches?"
Yeah, why? I'm looking at him like, nigga, why don't you be with no bitches, son? And
Why don't
I've
you come
been
and get
said
this
that about him.
reparations?
since you
I've
left.
been said
Get
that
my
he hella
bitch.
feminine. Dude, hella soft with his
You
mushroom
saw
nose
how he
ass.
was getting crying on there over Drake. He every time his fans who follow him and have to listen to his asinine posts on Instagram, they get in after him and he just goes against the grain the whole time. It just gets he doesn't care. He just gets roasted and just keeps right on going head first into it. I don't know what's wrong with him.
And
hmm
Professor, you asked is it a chance that the United States was going digital? I'm gonna tell you yes. It's a high chance. The Federal Reserve already came out and said they're going digital. They
Uh-oh.
did this a couple years ago. So they already said they're going digital. You know how they was bashing the crypto at first. They were saying only people doing illegal things. They was messing around with Bitcoin. Well, the Federal Reserve, the people who make the US dollar, they came out and said always on digital currency. And another example of them, other than the Federal Reserve saying they're going digital, because that's their property. So if you burn money, you going to jail for destruction of property. But when Biden, does anybody remember when Biden gave Africa $55 billion for to participate in the digital economy? Do anybody remember that?
No,
I remember.
I
I
missed
Okay.
that.
remember that.
So
I
so
think they used Kamala Harris to do it. They didn't tell me it was for the digital economy. It was for something
no no
else.
no no. He said digital economy. He
I know
said
they used Kamala
participation.
Harris to promote it though. But I hear what you're saying. Go
Yeah,
ahead, brother.
no, but Biden, he went over to South Africa and gave them $55 billion. Because I remember people were saying like, why y'all not giving Black Americans they reparations if you just going over here giving them $55 billion? But in my head, that was just a sign like, oh, so y'all are going digital. They just not gonna tell everybody. It's gonna have to be some type of black swan event. I say watch out for that stock market because it's in their control. And if you see anything fishy, get y'all money up out of there because it will crash. Uh, with certain things in the stock market, they will pay your money back, but it's you gonna have to do some paperwork to get that money back. So just watch out for the stock market because they're gonna need a black swan event to make the transfer over to digital. They're gonna blame it on that and say, no, we're gonna have more control of it. And it just goes part of their plan anyway of them having more control. That's why they want the electric vehicles because they can shut them off or drive people to the police station. Uh, they can with the digital money they'll be able to control your money. So if they don't like what you're saying online, they can just cut it off. If they feel you taking too many trips, they can just cut it off. They say, no, you can't take another trip. So, but they already said that they're going digital. So that's why I say, yeah, it's 100% that we're going to go to digital.
That's wild.
He made
Yeah.
me just think of something. And you know how they say it takes a spark to start a fire? He just made me think of something. I want to share this to the room, y'all. And I don't care who steal this idea. We all Black Americans, and if somebody get it popping, I'm with it. He made me think about something with this Bitcoin, the digital coin thing. Once the digital coin kick in, that's going to be how they say in the internet is going to be out there for everything to control. He's right. The government want the digital coin. Why? So they can control their American economy and they can control the American money. I think it's time to where we come up with our own digital coin, but yet that digital coin could be a coin to where once you purchase it, you're also accumulating gold assets. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing for sure, two things for certain, gold rules the world. Gold is money, gold is the economy. How much digital coin to where you could purchase gold? We was just doing something the other day. We was talking with my brother, brother Benji, brother Benji. He was saying that it's this app to where once you purchase something, you get Bitcoin with it. Like say, like if you go buy gas, you get 10%, you get 10% in Bitcoin. How about we come up with our own Bitcoin to where once you purchase it, you can say you can get 3% in gold. To get Bitcoin, you get gold. To where no matter what happens with this digital currency, your value and your money is always gonna be safe in the gold that you purchase with that Bitcoin. Y'all see what I'm saying? Y'all see where I'm going with this? You know, because when you do that digital coin, it's digital. But yet you want to purchase something to where you can have an asset with it. And that gold is that asset. Gold never goes old. The price of gold never changes. And as they say, he who holds the gold makes the rules. So hey, if I'm talking crazy, if I'm on some fantasy Game of Thrones type shit, please let me know. But I got a vision of what y'all was just talking about that, and I see that. And that's the plan right there. That's something that us Black Americans could come up with. And that's how we start every trend. Everybody follow what we do. I land my plane there.
Right on Midwest. You back up. What were you saying? Go ahead and land your plane, Midwest.
Yeah, I mean, very lifeless, whatever.
You still breaking
You in
up,
the
brother.
Matrix, Midwest.
They bad at him. They ain't like that Lightfoot comment.
Let's see, please.
Can you hear me right now or
Yeah,
no?
I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay, remember that video game Tariq had with Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore when she was shooting
Yes.
the dildos?
Yes.
No,
That
I
was
never
that was
saw it.
hilarious. Yeah, but I guess Antonio Moore sent the cease and desist because Tariq never came out with it. Oh my God, you got to see it. She's shooting out dildos against the federal agents trying to get her.
It's
Come on,
all
I
seared
would
in my mind. It's all in my mind. I saw
I
it
would
all.
never I would never mess with Tariq. I would never mess
Do
with him. This is
not.
crazy.
Dangerous business.
All right, the black talk to us.
You know what this digital currency kind of remind me of? It reminds me of that movie Ready Player One. Like I really feel like that's how they want the world to be, or like the other movie with the dude that be on all the Deadpool movies. He was like a video game character in there.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, and he wanted to be a real person and shit. That's really how I feel like they trying to do it. And then what Judge Joe Brown keep on saying when it comes down to the trans identity, like ain't no trans in Constitution, so ain't no way you can be protected if you don't consider yourself as a human. So I feel like that's really what they trying to do. They trying to make a dystopic ass world where they can define if you choose to not define yourself as a normal human, then they can just enter you into slavery and try to make you the new slaves because they see that it ain't no way of just actually making black people slaves again or siphoning our ideas no more because we get to the point where we corralling around our own history and our own legacy and we making everybody else actually stand on what they legacy and they forefathers done and ain't nobody done did as much as we have. And issue when it comes down to the little board of education in the federal and the state level. Because when you start learning your actually state history, it conflicts with the federal, the U.S. history that they try to teach us, and it's really interesting. I just know this next 4 years gonna be very entertaining and wow. I just know as long as we corral together and stand on our own business and stay on code, ain't no stopping us. And then I feel like really Corona was a test run with the little PPP, and we shook they expectations because when they came around, everybody was starting businesses. I know black people were starting businesses. Mostly white people were trying to stay in the house, stay 6 feet away. I know I was out here grinding and trying to build more of what I was doing at that time. But shit, it looked like it's gonna be an interesting 4 years.
Yeah, and one thing about crypto that one of my professor friends, she's in finance, taught me was one of the dangers is money can expire. So right now, if we stack some G's up, you put $1,000 in the bank, you can use it whenever you want. But she was saying that you can make $1,000 and you could it could be earmarked to have to be used by a certain date or it expire. I didn't like to hearing that. Um,
No.
Savannah, talk to us.
Yeah, so I mean, I have my own theories about it, like that whole thing of the Hiro Tashi, whatever his name is. I think the United States
Somebody
created it.
talking?
Yeah,
Yeah, can
Savannah's
y'all?
talking. Drop down and come right back, Twizzle.
All right, all right.
I think the United States low key created it. I just shared the article. I just Googled basically what you all said about the global, or not the global, but the business or digital economy. And starting at the like first couple weeks of the pandemic, they noted that it would be important to get as many people, notably 25 million women entrepreneurs, to the digital economy by 2025, right? And then they mentioned how there was a meeting during the IMF later on in the article about how MasterCard and others like Bill Gates and the Zuckerberg Foundation basically kind of came to an agreement that they needed to get more people involved in the financial market. So in a way, it's like, yeah, they're pushing to get control of everyone's finances and to figure out how and to see what everyone's doing in a way, I believe. And the whole social credit thing that they could, enact on us would be so much easier. Um, and it's interesting because, like you said, a lot of people were like, "Oh my gosh, we would never do that." And now you see banks creating their own cryptocurrency. Um, for to create and to mine the cryptocurrency would cost a lot of money, um, and that right in itself stops and bars a lot of people from getting into the crypto spaces, um, just because of the electricity bill on that would just be a lot. And then on top of that too, different cities around the world who've incorporated. Like I have a teacher from Peru, a high school teacher from Peru, and someone mentioned how El Salvador, and everyone laughed at El Salvador for making digital uh, Bitcoin their main currency. But when you follow the money and you see the nefarious business practices that's happening because of um, the faulty loans, the bad makeups. Like, I mean, look at our own president. He's gone bankrupt. In a way, it would be a nice way to just reset everything, reset all the debt, get everyone out of this quote unquote shackles. And I think that would be the quote unquote seller. That's how they would sell it to everyone. Um, and it's just, yeah, interesting.
Say what's so crazy during COVID? They actually made people scared of money or paper money, saying you were gonna get COVID through your money.
Facts.
You were gonna get COVID on over there. If it's germs on there, money
Yeah,
is dirty. So, but
but they,
unfortunately, I don't even use money. I don't even have any money.
but I feel like them saying that it made it to where it forced a
Mm-hmm.
lot of businesses to go digital,
Yes. Yep.
and if you
It
couldn't,
did.
you was just gonna lose out.
Yeah. They like the fact. I'll put it this way. They like the fact that it would spread diseases, or it could spread diseases. They love the fact that it could, so they could stop having money. They don't like people having money because they don't like money going under the table. Uh-oh, now we're going to have a whole Bitcoin
I
conversation.
saw
Well,
Okay,
that.
I
so
was.
basically,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
basically we're going to go to the comment that we were discussing before. So, um, last night a Dominican came into the room and told us that we are from Africa, and then he said he was mulatto. Of course, these people identify as Spanish, which they're not. They speak Spanish just like we speak English, and they don't speak it very well. We do. Um, he had a lot of ideas about our identity, and he didn't want to admit that we have the same identical combos in terms of having admixtures as a Dominican, except their admixtures are different types of Indians and different types of white people. Um, so it just goes to show you that because we have identified as black, people think that that means they have conflated black with African because we don't go by Dominican. So because they go by these other names, they have a lot of names, right? These Caribbean people and these Afro Latinos, they could say I'm South American, they could say I'm Caribbean, they could say they're West Indian, they could say they're Spanish, they could say they're Hispanic, they could say they're Latino. And so for the nerve of them to come up here and now try to say that they're black after having so many different names, West Indian and all this stuff, all those names to describe absolutely nothing, to describe people that just sit on little patches of land, plotting and planning to get to the big land. And have not built those lands up. Those islands should look like a whole bunch of little Japans. They should be teeming with all kinds of music genres and fun things to do. But instead, it's teeming with, it's like a floating prostitute factory. They have to shoo them away from the resorts. They're trying to send their 12-year-olds over to service people. They've made this life for themselves. It did not have to be that way. They had raw materials to make something happen on those islands, and they've done absolutely nothing but complain about two Chinese people living on there that didn't treat them right, and that's their justification for running the hell over here, and then complaining about racism over here. It makes no sense. You're going to leave the island because some Chinese person slapped you upside the head in a store that you should own. You're 90 some percent of the population and you're being forced to buy from a few people and following the rules of not being allowed to sell your own produce, not
Preach.
being allowed to go on your own beach. You won't even fight against that. You won't even have a riot in the streets over not being able to go on the beach. Well, people don't want you on the beach because when you go on the beach, you try to sell your daughters to everybody. So that's why you're not wanted on the beach.
Madness. All right. Somebody else was come up top. Twizzle, did you have your hand up? All right. Well, moving right
Can
up.
you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you
I'm
now, bro.
driving right now. I may have said I want to say something, but it kind of went off. I was gonna let Wani finish because Wani went in.
Oh yeah.
Wani drugged the dagger in their heart. So, I'm just mad that I wasn't there when the Dominican came into space because we all know Sister Wani been having it up and all day and they've been running from her. Like she been having, bitch, where here I go, and they've been running from Sister Wani. So when one come in the room, I want to be there, because Wani is hungry right now. She is like has an insatiable appetite for tethers or any motherfucker that's disrespectful toward this app. So when y'all said y'all had a Dominican in the space, I kind of feel insulted that y'all
It
didn't let
was
me know because
two.
I would have
This
loved to see that. Oh
No, this was
man.
in Tariq's space. There was two. There was one up there on the stage telling us what our background is, telling us that we're still African, but he's mulatto. And then the other one came over and roughly said the same things. They don't know anything about what we are, and I don't see where it's their business. I really just don't. How
But not
is some foreigner going to come over here and tell me what I am in my country and then just ignore scientific facts that are put before them?
but not only that, Dominicans, they don't have no identity. They claim everything. As I did my research on the Dominican Republic, they have the highest form of inbreeding out. They have the highest form of inbreeding for the simple fact they're ashamed of their dark skin, so they will marry a cousin, a light skinned cousin with another light skinned cousin,
What?
just to keep it light within the family. Yes, this is 100% fact about the Dominican Republic. They hate the dark skinned. They hate the melanated, rich, ebony people over there. And it's over there with them. The lighter you are, the better you are. So
But
they
that was
would
his argument.
inbreed.
His
Yes, they would
argument
really
was that
inbreed. Yeah.
His argument was that they didn't do what you just described, and which we all know they do. He said it was propaganda. They don't have colorist
Nah.
ideas, blah, 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 blah. And we're all solid Africans, and he's mulatto, and we don't have any admixture, so we need to just identify as African for some reason.
Well, we should have told him pull receipts out, pull the receipts out. And when you pull the receipts out, we want you to pull the receipts that saying that you're Latino, claiming that you're loyal to Spain when you have no motherfucking evidence or no fucking, you know, right to that land. You're not Spanish.
None,
You are not
not at all.
Spanish. You know what I mean? So
And if we would
Latinos
have
and Spanish.
asked him, if we would have asked him if he was Spanish, he would have been trying to choke up. I know I catch him off guard. Like, are you Spanish? "Yeah, yeah." Oh, how? How are you Spanish? Spanish people would spit in your face and not even let you in their country. Talking about Spanish Harlem. They had the nerve to name it Spanish Harlem. Ain't a Spanish person over there. It's just a bunch of uh byproducts of Spain. Byproducts, not Spanish people. We would never call ourselves English because we're not idiots. Okay? That's how their brains are working. They actually believe they're Spanish. And those people did them horrific. Okay? They made games out of kicking their heads off. They made games out of being extraordinarily violent to them, and they love it. They love attaching to somebody who would stick a baby in the ground and kick their head off for sports. They love that. Pouring hot soap down women's throats. They love it. Taking little 10-year-olds on the ship and raping them, using them as sex toys and then killing them. They love that. That's your legacy. Those are the Spanish people you married into, so you think. Of course, there's no Spanish people around, and you're humping and humping and humping and try to make yourself look like the people that did that. What kind of sense does that make?
Yeah, Dr. John Henry Clark said we need to study the effects of domination of human beings because, and I'm paraphrasing our brother, but he said when people get dominated, they tend to want to, emulate the oppressor. They're looking for their opportunity to
Stockholm
dominate.
syndrome.
Yeah, that's another way of putting it. So,
Hey,
so
professor,
ma'am,
which
yes,
one
sir.
means loyal to Spain? Hispanic or Latino? One of them means loyal to Spain. I
I don't
forgot
know.
because
I know it's not
I used to
Latino.
work for the sport and entertainment for the A's, and I used to get into a lot of the Dominican players, dude. It was this one Dominican player. His name was Santiago Castillo. He won World Series with the Giants. That motherfucker was blacker than motherfucking. He was blacker than Akon. You know what I mean? And we used to
Right.
holler at him like, "Man, what's
Mhm.
up, brother? I know black. I know black." I'm like, "Nigga, you blacker than me." You know what I mean? Yeah, I know black. Miguel Tejada, a
But
lot of them of Octavio Dotel. The only black Caribbean player that kept it solid was David Ortiz, Big Poppy. He was the only one who kept it solid. You know what I'm saying? I met Manny
but
Ramirez. Manny Ramirez was true to Spain. That's all he talked about. I'm going to Spain. I'm going to Spain. Nigga, you ain't Spanish, nigga.
you
You
don't
got
want
nappy hair
him.
like me. My pops, we going to Spain. Well, I already know where your heart lie. But I learned one of the baseball commentators said one of them means loyal to Spain. It's either Latino or Hispanic, one of the two. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
But I know Latino is not a race, so it's probably that. Go ahead.
so the old thing that I used to do is when I would run into somebody who did that, I used to say, no, when the police see you, blah, blah, blah. Now, the new thing, they can be, blue black and tell me they're not black, and they're not. you're whatever, you're Hispanic. Like I said, they have all those names. You're West Indians, Hispanic, Latino, Afro Latino, South American, Caribbean. You have a lot of names and you're free to use them and you're free to not identify as my group because that's how we got caught up. We try to get everyone to identify as what we were here under this system. In this system, we knew that, white people intellectually lazy are just going to see someone brown and go, oh, you're black and I'm white. And they're not going to take time to say, oh, you're Hispanic and you're this and that. We know our oppressor and we know how they work. Okay, so that's why we're telling everybody you're black. But they are in fact were correct. They are not black. I don't care if the police see them. I don't care if the police put their foot up their butts. I don't care what their interactions are with the police. When they have an interaction, stop crawling over to our lawyers. Call a South American lawyer, call a Caribbean lawyer. Get your people in it. Stop crawling every time you get a problem. Here's what they do. They have a problem. There's a little Hispanic boy. He got shot by a security guard. And when I looked at him, he looked like a little black boy. I don't care. He's not. He's Hispanic. Where's the Hispanic people? Okay? They did that in Crown Heights and they caused a whole riot. That wasn't our riot. Those were Latino children that were killed in Crown High, or one of them was killed, the other one was severely injured. Those were Latino children that got ran over by a Jewish man, and some Trinidadian got mad at all Jewish people and went around trying to stab them. That had nothing to do with Black Americans. But when the dust settled, all of those cowards, the Guyanese people, okay, the Caribbean people, they all hid under the bed. And they let Al Sharpton say that Black Americans need to learn to get along with Jewish people. What? We weren't even there. You see, we're not playing that anymore. So when you run into a problem over here, and you will, the idea that you would come here to a place that has been oppressive to my group shows that you have no respect for what we've gone through here. You don't get to come here and complain about racism. I don't care what happened to you. It wouldn't have happened over in your land. You would not have had a racially charged problem. You wouldn't have white cops bothering you or targeting you or thinking you're black. Those are things that happen here. They don't happen in places where it's 90% black.
Exactly. That's a really good point. Which goes back to the second part of the point. Are Black Americans African? Savannah.
Are Black Americans African?
Yeah, you had your hand up. You can say what you're going to say, but I was just saying we're segueing into the next portion of the topic. Are Black Americans African? You can answer if you want, but if you had something else to say, go for it.
Oh no, I mean it was just basically adding off on to Wani. I would just shortly on that, but I thought it was also funny that how he separated Haitians from his Latino roots of being Dominican and Puerto Rican, because Haitians are technically Latino. That's why a lot of them do speak Spanish. So that another way that they try to separate themselves from Haitians. Um, but anyways, are Black Americans African American? And so I've been doing my genealogy, and that's why I think it's important everybody else do their own genealogy. Growing up, I never was told that we were African, especially on my mom's side. I grew up mainly with my mom's side, but like with my dad and like speaking with his side, the oldest person on his side is like 98. And I talked with her, and she said that she can only confirm that only one of our ancestors was an African, was like African blood. Now she don't know if she was full African or if she was like half African, but she married my grandfather, which was he was a son of a slave owner, but he was a mulatto Indian, excuse me. But to say all that, um, that's my history, right? But other than that, I can't go through and say my mom's side is African because I've gone through as far as gone back to the 1700s, and they've been here in the United States. And they've gotten, I found my registry, American Indian registry. Two of my oldest brothers have gone and gotten their ID cards and whatnot. Um, I mean, as far as I know, I'm American Indian through and through, besides that one ancestor that was confirmed by my great aunt. And she was like 18, the early 1800s. And she was like considered like my sixth great grandmother or something like that. So, is that enough to make me African? I don't think so. That's just me.
Yes, yes, Savannah. I did a training with the United States Marine Corps in 2020, and at the very end of it, the Marines allowed us to look at their museum, and downstairs in their museum they had a gigantic picture. It was a real photograph. It's like one of those early photographs when the camera used to explode. I think it was either the Spanish American War or the War of 1812. It was one of those. But basically, the Marine Corps rounded up a group of air quote Indians to take them to jail or something. And an army officer I was with said, he's like, "Hey, Big A, look at that. We're the fucking Native Americans." I said, "Sir," and he pointed at the picture. We weren't allowed to have our cell phones, or I would have took a picture, but this gigantic picture had a bunch of people that looked like you, Savannah. They were about your color. They had big old afros with feathers. They had the same clothes like the movies, you know what I'm saying? Like the feathers and the headdresses and the headbands and stuff like that. But they look like us because they are us. And that's the main point. We're being gaslit away from the truth, which is this is our ancestral home. We are home. Mississippi, educate us.
Yeah, hey, how everybody doing in the room? I was just speaking to the title about our Black Americans African. No, we're not African, not in the least. Um, Going back to a point that I spoke on at a different in a different room. Um, Black Americans, we are the only indigenous group in America, because we are the only ethnic group to undergo an ethnogenesis in what became the United States through generations of miscegenation and admixture between Palo Americans, Native Americans, and other various groups. Our ethnogenesis and our birth here occurred exclusively in North America, and it makes us the only North American creation. So that makes us the only ethnic group who did not migrate here at any point. But we were here since our inception. We never took an oath of allegiance like every other group in the U.S. We was here from the beginning. Uh, Also, I was just gonna say that, you know, they want, like the professor and Wani said, they're trying to decenter us. They want to decenter us because there's so much here that goes back so many centuries, eons even. And there's so much here now that's been achieved and accomplished, and this has become the greatest nation on the planet with all of the inventions and things that we've come up with. That they want to take that from us, and they need us to believe that we're from somewhere else, and they need us to decenter ourselves. Not only is the system trying to decenter us, they need us to decenter ourselves and actually believe that. Like when that movie Black Panther came out a few years ago, and they had all those people running around wearing those kente cloths and dashikis and, hollering Wakanda and all of that. But what most of the people who were saying that, they don't realize Wakanda is in Illinois. The actual Wakanda is in Illinois. Um, a lot of them, they would gave them like Afrocentric pride, and we know the term Afrocentric or Afrocentric, they're trying to refer to us being from Africa and to have pride in a land that we've never been to, a land that we didn't come up on. Um, all our ancestors buried here. I know for a fact all mine are. They all buried here. All my folks ever told me was that we from this land. My parents told me where we were from. They gave us the history. They let us know that we had our indigenous roots in Yazoo. They told us all this. They let us know from the beginning. And I take the word of my people over that of any book, any scholar, any institution, anyone else. I'll take the word of my great grandparents and my grandparents and my parents over anything else. Uh, they can't show us no evidence of us being from nowhere else. They can't give us no type of information, no records. I mean, I mean, we had to ask the questions to ourselves and everything. These people have been trying to. I don't know what the alternative is, but they've been trying to get us out, get us to identify somewhere else for the longest. But then we got to start asking this question: who was the first person to say that Black Americans even came from Africa? And then when you think about it, it was a white man. I mean, there's no evidence or records in Africa today or at any point in history that states that all Black Americans came from Africa. But we had leaders like, Black Power movement, Edward Wilmot Blyden, who proposed that Black Americans came from Africa. We had leaders like the Hebrew Israelite movement teaching teachings of Wentworth, Arthur Matthew claiming that blacks were from Africa, and then we had leaders like the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, who suggested that we was from Africa, and then you had members like the pro-Black Power movement, like Huey P. Newton, and other leaders of the Moorish movement, like Timothy Drew and Drew Ali. They advanced all those out of Africa notions into Black America. We also had people like Fard Muhammad. He was an FBI informant and an immigrant from the Middle East, and he had his part in also manipulating leaders into believing that we was out of Africa. So it wasn't just the white folk who told us this for years that we're from Africa and we're trying to push that. We also had people within our own ranks who we consider, who well, some considered leaders at a time, who were also pushing that narrative to get us to believe that we were from Africa this whole time, despite no records, no data, no information showing it. Most of us can't remember a grandparent or a great grandparent telling us that we had African ancestry. All we can remember is them telling us that we had indigenous ancestry. So with that, I land for now and everything. But I had a few more things I wanted to put some also out there. Professor and Wani and Nikki, did you guys happen to know that the Cherokees and what they call Anayawiya, those people are actually were considered Greek, and a lot of people don't really know that, or they don't really look into it too deeply to
What's
really.
their name again?
Oh,
I'm looking right now.
Anna he's right. The name Cherokee is invented. Their name was, I may be saying it wrong. Anna.
yeah, it was Anayawiya and Tasalagi. That's the real name, but Cherokee, they call them Cherokee now and everything. But in reality, they were Greek, and a lot of people don't know this because they try to like hide it in history. I put it in a jumbotron, but these people are Greek, and they were Greek, and they shared a Greek language. In fact, the Cherokee people originally spoke Greek, and then they adopted Iroquois language after migrating into the Ohio Valley and living with the
Where were they
Hunters.
living? Where
Hmm?
were they living? Where were they living?
Beforehand and everything, they were living along the southeast. They were living along the
You know
southeast
what?
coast.
You know why I ask? Because when I was researching these triracial isolates, a lot of people would say they were Portuguese, they would say they were Greek, they would say these things. And um, I think that there were people here from these other places, for sure. And then some of the people that were trying to hide their ancestry started saying that they were Portuguese, Turkish, and Greek. Because, like, if you're mixed, you could say that the reason you're browner or darker is because you're this darker European. So I do believe that we had some other Europeans here, or else why would anybody use that as an excuse? Why would you say, "Oh, I'm Portuguese"? Who would believe you unless Portuguese people actually had been here?
Exactly,
Well, well,
exactly.
well. If you look at Burroughs Cave, and he said the magic word Illinois, that I talked about the other day. The Army Lieutenant Colonel Roger Burroughs took old maps and old magazines that said treasure was hidden in Illinois, Native American treasure, stumbled upon it, bust into a cave and found gold coins with Greek um, words on them, with Egyptian inscriptions, and a whole wealth of Egyptian artifacts and Greek and Roman artifacts found in Illinois. So the truth of the matter is, I hate that pseudo history, pseudoscience didn't make it to the title because that's part of what we want to talk about today. And our history's fake. We don't know what's going on in America. Go ahead, Twizzle.
Yeah, yeah, I would love to speak on this because I'm got questions on this. I'm not gonna say I disagree because I haven't done my research on it, but I have questions about it, and it kills
If
me
somebody's
how
talking, I
everybody
can't
want
hear.
to
Is somebody
reverberate
talking?
Yeah,
to Greece.
Twizzle's talking.
Can you hear me?
Nah, she can't hear you, Twizzle.
I drop down and come back up.
All right, Nikki, he dropping down to come right back. Or I'll drop him down. Hold on one second. Uh, all right, Twizzle, I sent you an invite. Come right back. Well, I'm sending him a invite. One, see if you can send Twizzle an invite. It's not letting me send him an invite.
Um,
Go
so the
ahead, Savannah.
so the way it was like kind of told to me, and honestly, she like I could barely understand her, but I kind of made sense of what she was saying. And basically, what she said is that we worked our own land, and they basically like married into
Can
our.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
I hear you.
hear you.
Go ahead. Let's let Savannah land her plane. Go ahead, Savannah.
Yeah, let Savannah go. I'll come right back.
That they basically co-opted and like married into our tribes or something. I saw a movie and it kind of like reminded me of what she was talking about, but Killing of the Flower Moon, um, or if I'm saying that, the Killers of the Flower Moon or
Yeah,
Flower,
yeah, I
something
saw
like
that
that.
long ass movie. That movie was so long.
It was so long, but it hit me because when I was going through the my genealogy, what made it easy was that everybody just used recycled names and everybody got married, and like learning that they changed our quote unquote identifiers, like that really made it helpful too. So go ahead, Twizzle.
So Twizzle, before you start, there's a book, a really good book that's kind of hard to find. It's called The Lost Treasures of King Juba. It's about that army officer, that Army Lieutenant Colonel Russell Burroughs in Burroughs Cave, that the allegedly the government tried to hide up. And in the book it says, "quote An archaeological cave site found in southern Illinois suggests instead that tens of thousands of refugees sailing from the murder of their king and the invasion of their homeland preceded Columbus by nearly 15 centuries." So it'd be a good read, and it's very interesting. Last but not least, y'all know what else is in Southern Illinois, right? A city called Cairo that has an interesting history. The white people call it Cairo. But go ahead, Twizzle.
That's 100% fact. And we all are smart people in here. We're intellectual people. And one thing that I love about my Black American people in here, we all possess common sense. You know, and as me being a student of nature, I think about things, and it just really kills me on how everybody want to have an identity with something, on how everybody want to, like I said, reverberate back to Greece. They want to be Greece, they want to be Portugal, they want to be everything, but it just lets me know that they are 100% the pure races because they deny their black lineage, their black culture. You have to be black to come from anything. God damn it, these Mexicans. Like I said, the four races of man is ebonoid, rubenoid, citroid, and abonoid. You can't get none of the three without the ebonoid, which is black. So we've been on this planet millions of years. Throughout those millions of years, we then circulated and migrated and circumvented this whole fucking planet. We've been here millions of years. I remember me and Cherry, we was talking about how so many civilizations that they're finding underwater. On how they found those pyramids in Japan, on how they found those steps over there in Asia. There's so many pyramid. There's so much. There's so many cultures that's been, what I'm saying, been gone to where we forgot about it. But I just want to say this, and this is my point. I hate when they try to say that we are one people. They try to say, "Oh, we are this. Oh, we Hebrew Israelites. We are that." No, we are black people. We are the father, the mothers of all people, especially black women. Black women are the mother of the black women are the mother of nations. They created everything because can't nothing create a black woman, but every nation out there come from a black person. And I kind of get offended by this, because people are so ashamed of being black to where they want to identify with everything else but that. But if you ain't black, you disrespecting your mother.
Well,
As Dr. John
Twizzle,
Henry Clark said, hold on.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I was gonna say
No, I'm
quickly,
just saying.
just if I may interject, that dynamic is changing. Like when I was coming up in the '90s, I would, black foundational black Americans would brag on, um, anything that wasn't black. Like I got a Puerto Rican auntie or I got a Japanese grandmother, but we've shut that narrative down. We are proud of being black, and that is new to me. Um,
See, I come up from the 70s and the 80s. I'm a Gen Xer. I come from the Mac era, from the 70s when Goldie and Superfly and all that. That's the era I come from. And one thing for sure, two things for certain, you were black. And you were called blood because we all shared that same melanated blood. It wasn't no gang banging or no color thing. No, we were blood because we were melanated blood. We were brothers and we were from the cause. We were from the fight. That's the era I come from. You know what I'm saying? And one thing for sure, two things for certain, and I'm not knocking nobody or shitting on nobody. I'm not calling nobody wrong or disagreeing with anybody. But we need to get back on the point. We need to get back on our whole purpose of fighting. We fought for black. James Brown, black and I'm proud. Black Panthers, we fought for the black. And people could say, well, black means this, black mean that. That's what they say. For years, our whole being in America, everybody named us and labeled us. It's time for us to take our own. It's time for us to label ourselves, and it's time for us to stand on our own square. That's what I've been standing on. That's what I've been fighting for. I don't need nobody to name me, give me credibility, or stand by me. I'm a man. I can blaze my own trail. You know what I mean? That's what trailblazing is. And that's why a lot of people are lost at. I'm not being trying to be disrespectful, or I'm not trying to be anything, but just listening to this conversation, everybody want to offer their opinion about something that don't have nothing to do with the major fact. We are Americans. We are black people. We are the original people. We are ebony people. And if we don't lead the way, what you gonna do? You gonna follow, and what we gonna be? We gonna be back slaves again. As Dr. John Henrik Clark said, if you don't liberate yourself, slavery is where you go back. And look where we at right now. You look at TV, black Americans is black men are faggots, and black women have all the power. Is that true? Hell, motherfucker, no. I'm not no fag. I don't like men. I love women, and I support my
We
sisters
gotta we
and
gotta
defend my
watch
sisters
this.
and fight for them. I
yeah,
hear what you're saying. I
hold on,
hear what you're saying, but I'm just
Twizzle,
being real. I
Twizzle,
land my plane. I
No, no.
land my plane.
I'm not shutting you down. It's just we actually gonna have a space on this pretty soon, but they're starting to crack down on censorship in the black media. So let's be careful. And I should have made that announcement when we first started, but let's just be careful with the word. You express your ideas beautifully and do them how you feel, brother. But just kind of be more codified with the way you say them. That's all.
Yeah,
Times we're living
we
in
still
right
love
now,
you,
but
Quizzle.
it's all good. No, I mean, no, 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 no. You don't have to cop to no lesson, please. I understand. I'm a grown man, and if I may have been a little bit, emotional or passionate, I can respect that. You know what I mean? And hey, if I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong.
No, it's
You
not the
know,
personal. It's what the social media
I
platform is
understand,
holding
Nikki
you
the
back.
God. I
Yeah.
understand, Nikki the God. So I land my plane there. And shout out to y'all, man, because without y'all, I wouldn't have, each one teach one. It's steel sharpens steel. It's precious metal in here. So I land my plane.
Right on, Mississippi.
No, I was just listen. I was just gonna continue with what you said earlier, Professor. You know that they got all these findings in Illinois and everything. I just wanted to put a few things out there into perspective that a lot of people may or may not be aware of. But have you ever heard of Hicks Dome in Illinois?
No, I don't know much about
Yeah,
Illinois.
I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Yeah.
Oh,
Educate me.
you were okay. Okay, so Hicks Dome is basically it's a dormant volcano that sits on the on northern Hardin County in Illinois.
Wow.
They call it the Garden of the Gods, and yeah, part of Illinois, the southern Illinois tip used to be called the entire thing used to be called Garden of the Gods, and is located in Shawnee National Forest today. That area is known as Little Egypt
Wow.
today. So they've always like put hints. That's why we have a Cairo, Illinois, near southern Illinois. We got a Little Egypt. We got an area called the Garden of the Gods. Um, we got a whole lot, and then they had like a millstone bluff. It's literally a stone fort wall. It almost looks like a wall up a defense wall, like they were being invaded at some point by some group, and they put up this large defense wall that ran for miles, but they knocked a lot of it down and built highways through it and everything when colonization took place. Also, I was just going to talk a bit about all of these Roman coins that they've been finding, especially in Illinois.
Yeah.
Um, I know in 1882, a farmer, what they say in Cass County, Illinois, he picked up a bronze coin later identified as the coin of Antiochus the Fourth, one of the kings of Syria, who reigned from in 175 BC to 164 BC, and who's mentioned in the Bible. They found that coin right there in Cass County. I know in Oklahoma, in Heavener, Oklahoma, they found another coin in 1967, or no, that was 1976. My bad. Um, Experts identified as a bronze, what they say, tetradim, whatever. Originally struck by Antioch in Syria in 63 AD, and it bear the profile of Emperor Nero. These coins were also found in Alabama, Phoenix City, Alabama.
Hello.
Uh, where a small boy found a coin in a field from Syracuse from the island of Sicily, dating back to 490 BC. They also found one in Texas at the bottom of an Indian mound at Round Rock. The mound was dated to approximately 800 AD. So it leads you to question, how did all these Roman coins get here? If no one was traveling here, or these people weren't already mixing, or these people weren't already, intermingling around the world. One thing I know about our education system here is that they try to downplay pre-Columbian transoceanic travel, and
Yes.
they try to
Remember
bet.
they didn't want remember they didn't want to admit Vikings were here and they were here a long time.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember that distinctly. And now they have an article out saying that Cherokees not only spoke Greek, but they came from the East Mediterranean. And they have that article out now and everything. And a lot of people are having an issue with it because they're saying, okay, how could they come from the East Mediterranean? But then, they don't pay attention to the
Oh,
fact.
ships.
Yeah, exactly. And they don't pay attention to the fact, if anybody has ever been to India, they say that if you go into the Hindu and Jain temple at Karanada, they said that they got American corn depicted on those ancient temple walls.
Mm.
And it's a lot. They also have what is this? Even if you go into Africa, they have a city in Libya. I think it's called Al Maya or Al Mayo. And they believe that that town was named after the Mayans, the actual Mayans who were here in the Americas. I know that they have one in Uganda as well. A people named the Mayas. That's a tribe. I think they're extinct now, or I think they
Mm.
have like a few. They've been mixed so much that they're considered a different group, but they are considered the Mayas, and these people exist in Africa today. So what I'm saying is I mean, it's kind of hard for them to ever pinpoint, and a specific area where all humans came from.
Uh-huh.
Why did they try to pretend like Greek people didn't sail the hell out of those boats, though?
Yeah,
Greek people sailed.
I never
They
got that either.
sailed the
The Mayas were
Minoans.
found in Ethiopia, Mississippi.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's what I was saying. They had a tribe. It was a tribe called the Mayas. And it was a Mayas. And they called
And
them,
what would be known, excuse me, or what would be known as Ethiopia? Sorry.
yeah, and they call or they I think they said the alternative was Mayab. That's Mayab. They called them that as well. And they don't really, we don't hear a lot about this and everything. We have to actually hold these kind of spaces to even talk about this stuff because when you look at it in our modern society, they don't talk about this stuff. And a lot of people are now finding this stuff out, and it's sort of like a shock to the system that they've hid all of this stuff for so many years. I mean, they have pyramids underneath Lake Michigan right now, and in their Des Plaines River there, and a few other places up there, and even in Wisconsin. And they don't talk about that. They got evidence that 5,000 years ago, they had literally mining, like a mining operation going on where they were mining out bronze. A lot of that bronze today has been found in Siberia, Russia, and different places along with that same mining material. So it just begs the question, if they're hiding this and they're pushing these narratives on black Americans today to try to distance us from our land, what are they hiding about us and why do they want us gone so bad, or why do they want us to identify outside of our land so badly? Because it must be something about us in particular that they don't want us to find out about ourselves. So
That's
so
it.
with that, I'll land for now.
With the Pan Africanists, they have gone way out of their way to make us feel like we're stateless. They don't want us to belong to anywhere. They keep talking about Africa, but they've never been there. They're all sitting in New Jersey. And they have made careers out, especially, yeah, I'm not even joking. Philadelphia, New Jersey, these places are filled with these dashiki wearing dum dums sitting around talking about something from the 1950s. They have, just like this guy came on there today talking about, well, if I call myself black, that means my lineage starts at slavery. I wanted to go back for, oh, you want to go back to Africa where the people sold your goofy ass? Up, I'm cussing again. You want to go back to Africa where you were procured for sale? Is that where you want your history to start? Do you want to go to the tree of forgetfulness? Is that where you want to go back to? Where they walked your butt around in circles till you forgot where you were? Where do you want to go back to? You want to go back to where you were getting chased down and caught up like they did in the trans Saharan and the transatlantic slave trades? Yeah, both of them. Both of them. They catch you coming and going. They caught everybody. How do you think that harem got filled up? They caught girls, white, black. They didn't care. Slapped them up in the harem. Didn't care about their backgrounds. Didn't care if they were men. They had pre-eunuched men neutered, ready to go to the harem. They tried to sell everybody. Is that where we want to go back to? That's the lovely continent where you were scared you're going to be snatched up. You weren't even safe to walk around. In fact, I recently found out that West Africans, after doing their little Bantu expansion, they made an abrupt U-turn. Yeah. And they decided to go back to Central Africa where they displaced the Batwa, and back to South Africa where they displaced the Khoisan, and back further where they displaced the indigenous people on the Omo Valley, in the Omo Valley area. They made a U-turn. That's why you have all those Bantu looking people over there in Somalia. You're like, oh, that's a Bantu Somali, and that's a Bantu this and that. That's why. They made a U-turn. You know why? Because it was no fun over there. They were catching people and misusing them, and things were not popping, so to speak. So they made an abrupt U-turn. And they keep on going in everybody else's business. They never got themselves together. They never did.
Yeah, yeah, and it's the sad part about this is there's evidence. Talking is one thing, but evidence is another thing. Overwhelming evidence. Look in the jumbotron. I just put a picture of a series of gold coins found in Burroughs Cave, which the schools of archaeology said never existed. Well, where the fuck did that coin come from? Solid gold with the face of an elephant on it, Egyptian writing. I mean, come on, man. People forget that the Mississippi River is navigable. It goes straight to the Gulf of Mexico. So if somebody was to come to the United States from Greece or Egypt, they got a river that'll take them straight up to Illinois.
Now,
It makes
remember that
sense.
map, that guy who had that map, he had a map showing Antarctica, and he was from the Ottoman Empire. That means
Yep, the Perry Reese
right.
map.
That means Turkish people knew what was going on. And if Turkish people knew, the Greco-Romans knew. If they all knew, ancients would know, and they would know how to sail here. They have found Roman uniforms here, and as you said, they have Greek coins. So yeah, other people were here, but the Englishman wants the narrative that there were no Viking settlements. That's challenging his right to the land. They want to get rid of the French. If I showed you a list of all the people that the English people were fighting, you would never believe it. I could never read the list off of the different groups of other Europeans that they were fighting.
Yeah, on the map Wani was talking about, Graham Hancock said that the shit was stole out the Library of Alexandria. But I'm gonna put a picture of it in the jumbotron because it's very interesting. It shows Antarctica before the Young Dryas event, and on it you see tropical. And y'all can see it for yourself. But if you zoom in on it, you'll see that Antarctica used to be tropical. So after the Younger Dryas, whatever happened was so ferocious that it completely changed the climate of Antarctica. Some people say that Earth was knocked off of her axis. I don't know what happened,
If it
but
was
something
tropical, where were the penguins living?
happened. Good question. What's the chance that they evolved?
They're not, they don't live in the North Pole. They only live in the South Pole. So if that was warm, where were they? Because they look real janky. In the Galapagos, they look like, it's too hot over here. They look jacked up. But if you go further, when you go to Antarctica, they look like, yay! Yeah, they're totally different looking. They like cold weather.
Interesting.
Don't the Mississippi River, oh my wow, I can't even speak. Doesn't the Mississippi River have the actual correct number of rivers that extend from it versus the Nile River that they give us?
It's some yeah. Well, I
And
read
it fits and it goes
well,
through Memphis and all of that. Sorry.
exactly. I read something like that that insinuated that the Mississippi had similarities to the Nile. Now, what's interesting about Memphis, that's where I've been living the last 12 years, is Bobby Hemmett went to Memphis in the 90s and found out through some records that the soldiers, the Union Army that kind of commandeered Memphis, and when they asked where the name came from, they said that they bumped into the Native Americans, and the Native Americans said, "We don't know. It was called Memphis before we got here. The tall black men told us it was called Memphis." Well, long story short, Bobby Hemmett argued that America is a like a penal colony for Egypt because Egypt didn't have prisons. If you got in trouble in Egypt, you got banished. And basically, he said that America was a point of banishment
That's what
for
they said
Egyptians.
about the Turkish and the Portuguese that were here, that they were prisoners, like they were thrown over here.
Wow, that's interesting.
You see someone trying to come up?
Yeah, be more daily.
It won't let me do anything.
Yeah, he's still like connecting. He's twirling.
Oh, I see it. So, real quick, the other thing that the Dominican, who had no business talking about our ethnicity because he has nothing to do with it, said, he said that he didn't like the fact, as though we care. He didn't like the fact that we were calling ourselves foundational. Like, why do you have to separate it? We're not separating. What are you talking about? It's the same people. But what he meant was, why do you have to say that? Because if you say foundational, then he can't crawl his parasitic butt up in it like Kamala Harris did. If we say foundational and they came from Canada, they're out. If we say foundational and they came from Liberia or Jamaica or Dominican Republic, they can't latch on. So that's why he's mad. I had a Dominican woman. Now, remember, Dominican people have a census box. It's called Hispanic. It's not anything to do with us, right? Nothing. And half of them identify as white, even if they're brown. So I was shocked that a Dominican woman spent 2 days arguing with me on why I shouldn't be able to have my own box on the census separate from Caribbeans and Africans. Like, what's it to you? You know what she says? It's nothing to her, right? They went and had a whole meeting and they about our ethnicity, and they wouldn't let Black Americans in the room. It was all foreigners having a meeting about how we don't deserve a box on the census. And none of those people were going to be able to check the box anyway, because why would they? But they want to be able to do it. They feel like this is some little thing that they can do. And they don't want you to close the door. And I want the door shut in their face. So we are on opposite sides of this. They have enough doors for them. Like I said, listen to all the names they have. I'm Spanish. I'm South American. I'm Caribbean. I'm Central American. I'm Spanish. I'm West Indian. I'm Jamaican. I mean, how many names do you need?
Yeah, yeah, it's all about control and domination. Like what's it to you? This is our lineage. But, we're right at the precipice of discovering what this is really about. And I'm just going to go ahead and say the quiet part out loud. A lot of these neighborhoods, a lot of these, not neighborhoods, wrong word, a lot of these lineages are making their whole bread and butter off the exploitation of foundational Black Americans. And the moment we come together and have unity, that threatens their livelihood. And they shouldn't be surviving off of us.
But you know what else she said? She said, her defense, and this makes no sense. She followed up by saying, the light skinned Latinos treat us racist too. Like, what does that have to do with me? That sounds like a you problem. That sounds like
Totally.
you're a lazy person who never fought for civil rights. Sounds like you need to have a civil rights movement so people can stop marginalizing you in your country, and you can stop coming over here and pulling my black card that my people fought for. You go make a Hispanic card. It's not the same card, it's not the same place. You see the problem? She wants to align with me like I get to tell you about your ethnicity and what box you should pick for the OMB because lighter people are mean to me. What? Is this how their brains work?
Craziness. Be more daily. What's on your mind?
Hey, y'all, I appreciate y'all bringing me up. Definitely love the conversation. I think it's important. I've been kind of like around more science for since I say like early 2010. So just to hear that, we're starting to kind of like walk our way, or Black folks starting to get into just us being Americans or being indigenous or Aboriginal to the Americas is so important. I say that because of studying like Ivan Van Sertima. They were here before Columbus. He talked about maize or corn that's indigenous to North America being found in parts of Africa, which established trade amongst both continents. I heard the brother speak on like Drew Ali, and I think he's an individual who actually in the early 19th century had a lot of things to say for Black people as it relates to them being indigenous and aboriginal here as well. I subscribe to both FBA and Moorish science, so to say. So that's just one of the I think key factors that it plays an important role in our claim here and why the dominant society choose to teach us things that don't go past slavery or not even establishing that there were we were able to travel back and forth, and the ideology that Europeans were able to sail ships to bring millions of Americans. Now, I'm not saying that millions of Black Africans over. I'm not saying that transatlantic slavery did not exist. But what I think that we need to challenge the amount of Africans that were actually brought over here, and I say that because um, for so many years, Europeans didn't have any control over the seas. There were the Moorish Empire, the Ottomans, that had control over the seas more than the Europeans up until a certain point. I want to say in between
They really started
1492
it. Yeah, they
to
started
the
in the 1400s.
right. But see, during that time, they had to create multiple treaties in order for them to even travel the seas or even have trade because they were constantly getting bombarded. On who they call pirates, which I think that's kind of like a misnomer. I think that was just other Islamic, what you want to say, countries or people that were part of the Ottomans or Moorish Empire that were actually dominating the seas and pillaging them. I say that because even the boats, like I went and looked at some of the boats when I was in Massachusetts. I believe it's what Plymouth Rock, and I forget which boat it is, and I'm like, how can you fit this many people without
Let's not
having
have
space
that
for water?
discussion. Let's not have that discussion because I do have pictures of a whole
Mm,
lot of children on slave ships being
mm,
escorted by Moors, as a matter of fact,
mm.
being
But
Wow.
escorted by Moors who
yeah,
sold lots and lots and lots of human beings.
right, right. I mean, Africans one and the same. Like we hear, a lot of
Oh, it's
Africans
not one
also
and the same.
ushering them. Um, so and I say that again by saying that we probably give way too much credit to Europeans than anything. Bringing them over, bringing that many Africans over, which I believe that
Don't
all
you
of us
think
were.
Moors clashes with foundational Black Americans, which is reality?
I'm sorry, you talking about in today's time?
Yeah,
Uh, uh,
today.
oh, yeah, yeah. I think because I don't subscribe to that. I believe that we're having the same conversation, but there are different Moors that subscribe to different ideologies where they do want to challenge Black Americans, which I don't subscribe to it at all. Like I've been listening to Tariq
So
for uh,
like when we're speaking to someone and their ideology crumbles, they all
mhm.
of a sudden say, "Oh, it's a whole bunch of different sects, and mine doesn't do this, and mine isn't about that."
Yeah,
But
it
it's
is
still
so
the
many
same.
different
Yeah, it
sects.
is. So that means it's
Yeah,
nothing. What
yeah.
does Moorish science mean? What is that?
Well,
You have it in your you
You know more about the natural world, you know.
Oh, hold on one second. Who's talking? Wani. Someone's talking over Wani. Hold
just
that thought. We'll come to you, Wani.
mm,
Continue. What were you
mm,
saying?
mm.
what does it mean? Like what
Well,
Moorish
mhm.
science, what about it?
Well, more science for the most part is really just a religious organization, and it's more so studying of the Abrahamic religions. So, like when you got those Moorish nationals out here talking all that crap, like Taharka and all of them, just you gotta take that stuff with
You
a
mean
grain
the
of
ones
salt.
that were heckling our reparations? Yeah, those
Yeah,
guys.
I don't, yeah, I don't, yeah, subscribe to any of that. I don't, I didn't even know that they were even doing that. I've been listening and following Tariq and FBA for a very long time, but that's not, I'm not coming here to challenge or troll like any of them or anything of that nature. So, but my whole thing, is I'm happy that we're having the Aboriginal conversation because, you mentioned Pan Africanism. I believe I can't remember. It was a pastor, and this is right before Liberia became what it was in 1821. They were, looking for people in Alabama, looking for black folk in Alabama, and I believe the brother's name was Charles S. So he was a pastor, but he subscribed to Pan Africanism, and he was tasked with bringing Black Americans to modern day, that portion of Africa, which today is Liberia, before 1821. He was tasked with bringing them, and in a letter that he wrote,
Oh,
he was writing. I forget. He wrote a letter that was specifically talking about how can I convince these Black Americans where their ancestors were buried that they are actually African. And if I find that, and maybe you guys have this discussion in the future, I'll drop it in a jumbotron. But yeah, these are the things that, like, I again, like, I definitely appreciate the conversation because it's something that we just have to review, and really just tap in a little bit more. I think Tariq did a great job of really just like breaking down the Dominican guy last night, and just kind of like challenging and really breaking down his whole ideology on, us being African. And it was definitely a great call last night from Tariq. But I pretty much land my plane. I mean, if you have any other questions or concerns, I can, clear it up, especially as it relates to like more science.
awesome. Appreciate
I
it.
never get,
I
I never get an answer because they're scared to say.
we got a new speaker,
Mhm.
Dr. Mans. What's on your mind, Dr. Mans?
Yeah, thank you. My name's Mansoor. I think great to hear this. I saw a few spaces, but I saw this one and I thought I'd jump in here because um, I thought the conversation is interesting, and I had a perspective that I wanted to share with everyone. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I think I'm originally from India, but I've been here in Australia for a few years now, and I'm a medical doctor by training. Um, so one of the reasons why I actually wanted to jump onto this space is this question is so appropriate, and this is going back to 15 years now when I was a medical student. And even though I was in India back then, I used to read American medical textbooks. And what I used to always see was most of the diseases, they were around, the description of a disease would always start with the epidemiology about who has these diseases and what type of ethnicity has more diseases, or who has the most frequency, that kind of stuff. And what really stood out to me, and look, this wasn't the time when we had Twitter, or we didn't, YouTube even wasn't that popular back then. We used to use stuff like Orkut, and Facebook was just emerging. So it was back in those days. And what really stood out to me was why did they always call Black people as African Americans? Like that never made sense to me. I always thought to myself, why don't they ever mention European Americans, or why didn't they mention, something like uh, I don't know, like Southern European Americans. But why did they have to specifically call out and say that these are Africans, as if they're not Americans? That stood out to me, even though I wasn't aware of all of the socio-political and anthropological situation. And that was one of the reasons why I immediately jumped onto this space, because I think it's very important, not just for the Black community, but also the larger community to understand this. Where the this is, in my opinion, again, in my humble opinion, this is a way in which communities, marginalized communities and minorities are made to it's the othering of these communities that happens from when people are being trained, even as doctors. Like imagine the impact. Thousands, hundreds and thousands of doctors from other countries read those textbooks, but you're basically brainwashing them in that way, because not everyone necessarily asks the question about why this particular group or ethnicity is um, um, talked about in this manner. So that was one thing that stood out to me. And someone else, the other thing moving on from that is someone else just mentioned about the Aboriginal people. And I think it's very important. Like there are many similarities in how Black people have been treated in North America, for example, especially the United States, but also the Aboriginal people. And I think now, for those of you here who aren't aware of this, we had a referendum. I think it was last year, where all they said was Aboriginal people are the first peoples of Australia. So, do we want to amend the constitution to say that we will just give them a voice, an advisory voice? It's not a voice that is binding in the constitution, but just a voice so that the Aboriginal people can be heard at that level. It's just voice. Nothing was binding. All they had to do was create a body, and they would probably have five Aboriginal people or something like that that would basically talk about issues, but that's it. They had no power. They couldn't make laws. Whatever they say, no one had to listen to them or even implement that. But the kind of discourse that I saw in Australia, especially for someone who hasn't been part of Australia, growing up. And when I came here, one of the first things that I thought was, look, if I want to make the best in Australia, if I want to help people, I should help Aboriginal people because these are the people that really are living in third world conditions. Like some of the diseases that we see in remote Aboriginal communities, like syphilis, chronic suppurative, like pus in the ear, and people lose their hearing, rheumatic heart disease. Like these things, we don't talk about these things so commonly back even in India. And Australia, it's got one of the best health standards in the world, and it's got this population, 1 to 3% of the population, that still has these problems.
Are they
Uh,
in are they in North Australia?
Sorry, are there what?
Are, are they in Northern Australia?
Look, I think the Aboriginal people are spread all across the country. There is a
No, the ones you're talking about.
in Northern Australia. Um, Let me have a think. There are some communities in Northern Australia that have these medical issues that I'm talking about, but those aren't limited to these communities in the north of Australia. There are communities in Western Australia. There are communities in Central Australia have these similar sorts of problems. Sorry, I'm just digressing here from the point that I was trying to make. But the discourse over here, like one of the things that has been proven statistically, is that Aboriginal people smoke more. They aren't alcoholic. The white population is alcoholic. But every time that we see in media, it's Aboriginal people who are drunkards. That's what always is talked about in the media. When that's not the case, they smoke, but they don't drink as much. But that's not what you see in the media. Just going back to the constitutional change. Anyway, the Australians said that the majority of Australians said that no, this shouldn't be done because this is racist. How can you elevate one race and give them this constitutional voice? Because that would be so racist. And then they ran an entire campaign saying that this proposal itself was racist, and they defeated it. So now we're back to square one, where Aboriginal people who have been massacred over the last couple of centuries, who've had their children stolen, who've had their language stolen, and these people now don't have a voice because any attempt to address those inequities, it means that it's racist. So this is another theme that's common in what's happening in the US as well. The third thing, and I'll end with this third one. It's a personal frustration that I've experienced so many times. Like I'm not a black person, but I would identify more with a black person as a brown guy, as opposed to a white person. But unfortunately, I don't think that a lot of brown people feel that way. And this is a personal frustration of mine. Like people, I've seen so many people who come from these countries, and
What the fuck is that on the jumbotron? What is that? What the fuck?
Hold on, who? What are we missing here?
What the fuck is going on the jumbotron? That's fucking nasty.
I
There's
didn't
a
see
bunch
it.
of scat porn on the fucking jumbotron.
Get rid of it. I don't see it
I
yet.
You
can't.
have to
Neither.
drop down Knights of Saint Maurice. You have to drop him
Shut
down.
up, bitch. Shut up, you fucking nigger bitch. Shut up,
Yeah,
fucking
He's
bitch.
gay.
yeah,
Yeah, totally.
Fruit
sure.
boy.
Yeah.
anyway, so
Anyway, we don't. I'm speaking for myself. I don't care if you guys don't identify with being black. What difference does it make?
I think the
What?
difference necessarily doesn't come from who the people identify it with, but the challenge comes when
But
people try to.
you guys are fundamentally ingrained, dyed in the wool racist. Your whole the whole caste system is a racist system. That's your religion.
Hang
Even
on,
if you're another,
no, no.
even if you're another,
Firstly, I
even
think
if, hold on, even if you're another
no.
religion, you're still a Hindu, and you still have that running in the background. You still hate
Uh,
brownness. You still hate others. You still hate people that are not a part of the caste system. You
are you
still
talking
think
about
everybody's
1.3? No, are you saying that all of the 1.3 billion people in that country are like that? Are you saying
yes,
that?
yes, I am.
I think if you
They
that's
have
your
it running.
opinion. You
Yes,
have
it is.
no, you
It's
have
a
that's
good
your
opinion
opinion.
too.
No,
They
no,
have
it's
it
your
running in the
opinion. No, no,
background.
it's your opinion. Of
They
course,
have a
it's your
colorism.
opinion. It's your
Shh.
opinion.
They have a colorism issue. They have a non-liking black issue running in the background. It doesn't matter if they're Muslim, doesn't matter if they're Sikh, doesn't matter what they are. They've been doing this for tens of thousands of years. They're racist. They cannot help
No.
themselves. They don't even like each other. So of course they don't like anyone that's not on that caste system. Any other questions? You say you identify more with black people
Look,
than you do with white people.
I, I,
I don't care. I don't care. What does that mean for me? You're not an ally. You're not going to help us fight any fights. You're not going to help us with any kind of reparations requests.
what does
You're
it
not
mean?
going
No,
to
no.
help
What does
us.
it mean?
You're not going to help
You,
us
you're
do
just,
anything.
you're
You're
just,
not going to fight for
you're
civil
just going on a
rights.
monotone. You're going.
You have a long history as a people of not liking civil rights for anyone. You don't have civil rights for your children or women in India, and so you definitely are not going to have any civil rights uh, in your heart anywhere you go, and it's sealed in stone. So what are we doing here? What do you want to say? You like indigenous people? Well, I like Aboriginal people too. I like black fellas too, so I hope you help them. Okay. Anything else?
I think you went on a monotone and a rant there, but I understand your frustration. But I don't need to respond to you.
I'm not frustrated. I don't look, I'm not frustrated. I just accept your limitations as a human being.
Your turn, Dr. Mansell.
Look, I, I, with some of the things that you say about that, I think the caste stuff that you say and the religion, I don't fully agree with what you said. I think that despite your frustrations, I hear
I
what
just
you're
said I
saying.
wasn't frustrated. I'm not frustrated.
No,
I'm just
that's
a
exactly
realist.
no. Look, I think
I'm a realist.
would you allow me to speak rather than jumping because you didn't
Can you
want me to
stop?
speak?
Can you stop?
Yeah, but
Can you stop?
don't tell her that she's frustrated. That's gaslighting. Okay?
Okay,
Right.
Don't tell her
okay,
You
that.
okay, fair enough. She's not frustrated. Whatever she is, I would definitely say that I won't agree to many of the accusations that she's made about a lot of people. And what I would say is there is casteism, but the, a country of 1.3 billion people, and if someone's trying to generalize that, I would say that that
you
is
said there's what?
look.
There's caste system?
Would you allow me to respond to something?
I'm trying to ask you what you said. You said there is caste system?
Yeah, there is caste system, but what you're saying is,
Uh-huh.
look, if you're going to patronize it, I might as well just stop talking because you don't want to listen anything that's contrary to what is being said. If you want just your opinion to stand out there, I'm happy to keep my mouth shut. But please don't allow me to talk and keep jumping in with those platitudes.
Okay, so number one, I'm not one of your dumb women.
I don't
So
care who
step
you
back a
are.
bit.
I don't care who
Step
you
back a
are.
bit.
Yeah,
Step
I
back.
don't care.
Step
I
back.
don't.
Step back a bit because you're not going to throw a stone at my head. Okay? Chill out, dude. What do you need to say? We don't care if you identify with black people. We don't identify with you. We don't identify with Kamala's dumbass. Now what? We sent her ass to packing, and she better not ever come back again saying she's black. Ever. Nobody wants to see her again. Now,
You're
what's your
so
message?
frustrated with your life. Okay, you're
I'm
so
not
frustrated with your.
frustrated. No, I'm happy that we kicked her to the curb with a big fat foot, a big fat black foot. Okay? Now, I'm happy. We kicked that hoe to the curb.
Do you really think that I wanted Kamala to win?
I don't care. Like, no one cares what your opinion is.
Okay, why did you?
We don't care that you
Why did you
want
bring her up? Why did you?
we don't care that you want to be black. Oh well, because she did the same
Okay,
thing.
angry black woman,
She
angry black
tried
woman.
to she tried to sidle up next to us and oh yeah, I'm a sister girl. Oh yeah, I'm helping the black fellas in Australia. Oh, I identify more with black people than white people. White people will slap you upside your head. I can't even believe they let you in the country. But go ahead.
It looks like he disappeared.
Thank God. He was
I
annoying.
wanted to identify that fucking imbecile that came in here that couldn't speak a high level conversation, couldn't add to intellectualism. Hey, look at the jumbotron. It's naked pictures in the jumbotron. That's that's the
Yeah, you'll be able to find every all the speakers once the room ends. Yeah, that's. I'm sorry that happened. I got it out. I'm
no,
sorry.
no. I help. I no. I'm no, 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 no. I just wanted to. No, no. It's all good. I just want to identify that these are our enemies, people. Like they have used gaslighting to make us think that they're smarter than us. But look at his level of functionality. He couldn't argue. He couldn't. He was angry. He sat up here listening to us building. A bunch of foundational Black Americans building on some really heavy and deep shit. Really talking about our liberation, and he wanted to disrupt it. And I just want you to look at that mindset. Like I can't say anything or I can't compete. There is no competition. Let me just put some filth in the thing. And number one, why are you looking at filth? You know what I'm saying? Why would you even
That's
know
his
how to look up?
personal stash.
That's what I'm saying. How would you? I wouldn't even know how to look up no shit like that. But anyway, I digress.
That's how great we are. They are obsessed with us. We're better than all of them. You know, they wish they were us. That's
Right?
why he had to come in here and get on our stage and put his little 2 cents in.
Right? We don't go looking for them.
He's probably like just like that guy who that video going around who has two white pieces of bread sitting there in front of a pile of cow shit, putting cow shit in. Oh, see, I'm cursing and I'm telling people not to
Anyway,
curse.
Uh,
Shame on me.
He
Putting
gave us the
cow
good
poop
old
in
Biden.
between two white
Y'all are
pieces of
very
bread.
articulate. He gave us the good old Biden. Y'all are very articulate group of black people.
yeah, it pisses them off. They can't handle it.
Yeah, yeah,
what did
yeah,
I?
yeah, yeah. They don't respect their women though, because why would he just say, "Oh, you're frustrated"? That annoyed the life out of me. It's as if he was insulting her, and then he accused people of patronizing him. He was patronizing.
I don't understand why he was here.
Me neither.
I'm a
Ronnie
I'm a
disrupts terrible
doctor.
spirits. Ronnie
I'm
disrupts terrible spirits,
what was that
basically.
about? I'm a doctor for Aboriginal people. They have pus in their ear, and I need to talk to you about it. What is that? Go help them, dummy.
Oh Lord.
I wonder why.
You broke up.
I said, I wonder why he left. Was it something that was said?
He probably just got tired.
Yeah.
Yo, um, I made a whole thread of this because you posted that map, so I'm gonna post this map, and this is yours is 1513. This is 1507. This is the first map that was found for America. The reason why that's relevant is, and I'll post this other thing too, but the reason why it's relevant is because that map was found by a German in France, and then the name America was accredited to an Italian
Oh Lord. Right.
based on this map. Guess what? They don't know where the map comes from. Now we all know this Italian that I'm talking about, so I'm gonna post that in the jumbotron right here. Um, this is the origin of the name of America. And finally, not one of these names, Americus, Americo, it goes all the down to even Alberto, um, is a name that you would use for the in Italy or Spain or in France for abrico, abricus, or abriquique. Why is that name important? Because that's how quote unquote Americo Vespucci signed his first letter back to the royalty, Italy's Italian royalty. So essentially, yeah, the name comes from either this guy, if you want to believe that, you know, that map who nobody knows who made, that was found in France, found by a German guy who named it after an Italian guy. If you want to believe that story, there's the prominent stories that's moved since that's been debunked is that there's an Amerikik tribe in Canada, and there's the Amuru tribe. Ka means land, and Amuru Ka, you can see where that comes, or Amuru Khan, the Khan family. So um, yeah, most likely, and I would even go so far to say that Amerique was probably North America, and Amuruka was probably South America. Um, so they have American origins. The American itself has an American origin. I didn't know people knew that.
They said that Americo Vespucci would not be named after somebody's first name, number one. So
He was a peasant, right? He
yeah,
wasn't.
that's the first problem with the story.
And it goes in more detail than what I'm putting it. Although I did cite multiple sources, including that first letter. Actually, I'm gonna put that first letter in a jumbotron that he sent to the Medici's. Um, so there you go. You got that link too. And there's a book I'll put in there called "The Fourth Part of the World: The Race to the Ends of the Earth and the Epic Story of a Map That Gave America Its Name." That's where you find out that the map nobody even knew who fucking made the fucking map, and so the map itself is what called it America. They just attributed it to to the Italians. And if you talk to any scholar, they'll tell you that. Like if you corner them and bring up the original name of the map, some long M word. But if you get the, and I put the name of the map in the jumbotron, the real name is called Halicomalis. map, but it has another name that starts with the M. But if you corner them, any scholar, they'll tell you, yeah, oh, it was found on the map, and we don't know who made it. So yeah, it's most any scholars that's being intellectually honest, it's most likely the Canadian tribe or the Peruvian tribe that
So,
named it.
just to finish up with the Indian guy, even though he's not here, I can still continue to cuss him out over his caste system, belief system that's still there, even though he's Muslim and Sikh and anything else, any other little jackets they put on is still there. So anyway, the Dravidians were living in the region, and these um, Hindu people came in with the caste system, and they had four different things at this time: the priest, the warriors, the merchants, and the laborers. But the Dravidians weren't even on the list, right? They're like, you're not good enough to be on anything. So that's why they're untouchables or whatever. They weren't part of this group. They had this group. They're coming into so just think about it. You're coming into someone else's area that's been built up. They have advanced urban center, sewage, irrigation, trade, and this other group comes in and installs a caste system for themselves, but then wants to abuse all around them. This is what the Hindu does. This is a problem with them. They want to abuse everybody around. You can do your caste system, abuse each other, but you're not including me in it. I have nothing to do with you.
Yeah, and I didn't appreciate the fact that he came in here like with an advisory role. Like, you know, I don't care if you're an MD. Like, a lot of us in here got professions. That don't mean shit. You don't could jump up in here and command us. That was like caste system 101. Let me tell the Negroes what to do. Let me lead the Negroes to the light. Like Wani said, go fix some people, please.
Yeah,
Mississippi,
sure. Go ahead.
Mississippi.
Yeah, go ahead, Mississippi.
No, I was just I just had one question um about what Art was saying about how they made all those maps and everything, and when they visited those lands, how they named them and everything. I just wanted to ask, like, how were they able to communicate with those people in the Americas if they only spoke Spanish or Italian, and those people didn't?
It wouldn't have mattered because even if you had the transition, if the Arequipe people were calling the land Arequipe, and the Peruvian tribes were calling it Amuruca, regardless of how that language translates or what it translates in, that's how they would have wrote on the map. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that and everything, but I'm just like, but how would they have even known that they were naming the land? Like, you don't speak
I
their
mean, that's a
language.
simple finger. That's a simple finger point. I often tell people, it's funny how we started in hieroglyphs and ended in emojis. Emojis are a universal language. It's probably the most advanced universal language that we have at the moment. So the people act like there's still not head nods or pointing or body language, which people could decipher. You know what I mean? We often just think, oh, well, spoken language. Um, we only have record of spoken language for maybe like 20,000 years, 30,000 if you're pushing it. Humans have been around for 400,000, so they were obviously communicating some kind of way. And to put it another further way, but when it came to when some of the colonists that came into America in the 1700s, particularly 1790s in Mexico, I can show you a census during there. 80% of the population would have been considered Negro in America. They said they had more language trees than anywhere else in the world. And even I think it was Benjamin Franklin, said that there was more people than all the rest of the world in North and South America. This was already.
When was that?
I can post it. I can put it in the
I thought
jumbotron.
they killed off 90% of most populations.
No, because by in 1790 you have another. I have another census in a book called.
Oh, they built it back up by then because I think that happened in the
No,
14
because
and 1500s.
no, they never killed them off. It was a paper. It was always a paper genocide. Because when you go look up, there's a book called Commercial
Wait, what
Slavery.
people are we
Like opposed,
talking about? Native Americans? Because they did get bumped off
I don't like
90%.
talking about the. I don't. There's no such thing as Native Americans in my mind. So
Okay.
to put it in a different way of how
People
they
from the
separate.
Bering Strait, those people got offed
Okay,
because of
okay,
disease.
those people did not. Uh,
They did.
no, that is called.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Are you saying
Yeah,
there's no such thing as Native
okay.
Americans?
What I'm saying is that
The
it's
people
called.
that came across the
I can't
Bering
get it out,
Strait,
so there's no
do
sense.
you acknowledge them?
I'm saying I'm not going to participate in Columbian exchange theory because that's what it's called, where they think that they killed off the people. It's literally called Columbian exchange theory, and just like the mound builders
Okay.
and the Mayans, when the was it starts with a B, but it's not Brazil.
Did
Hold on. This is
did
interesting. This is interesting. So, Art, what do you think killed them off if it wasn't for the?
They never got killed off. If you go look up Mayan slavery, okay,
okay, hold on a
it,
minute.
Go ahead,
Let's
Juana.
get the let's get the names straight. The people that came across the Bering Strait are one group. People that are of Aboriginal descent are a earlier group, right?
Facts.
Are
yes.
you denying that there are people that came across the Bering Strait or the Siberian
No,
group?
the Bering Strait was multi-directional. It was bi-directional. First
I
off,
didn't
so
ask you that. I said,
okay,
do
okay,
you agree that people from the Bering Strait, people of Siberian background, were here?
yes, and people of the
Okay,
American
stop.
background.
Stop,
Okay,
stop, 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 stop. I just want to get that straight. Do you believe that they came into contact with Europeans and got killed by massive diseases that they
no,
were
that's
carrying?
Columbian exchange theory.
Why don't you believe
It's
that?
Columbian exchange theory. There's no proof of it.
Why they bumped off other
There's
groups?
no bodies. There's no nothing. There's no
What?
You
proof of
don't see
Columbian exchange theory.
bodies.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you
What?
do.
There's no
You kind of do. We have
bodies.
bodies all over the
Well.
place.
With all due respect, there are tons of letters that I think Hernando Cortez wrote in his captain's log that the stench from death was so incredible that they stayed at sea for 6 months until like like
Right.
it's.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm just saying it's well
yeah.
documented.
It's
No, no,
well
no, 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 no.
documented on
Wait, hold
in
on.
multiple places. What about
Okay.
Australia? The same
What I'm
identical
saying.
thing
Okay.
happened.
This is what I'm saying. People don't like to use Bayes theories. A simple theory is calculating the probability of random events. And what it's good for is saying, what is the odds that this event happened? Okay, so the odds that you killed 100 million people, because that's some of the estimates, anywhere from 50 to 100 million
It
people
was a lot.
across two continents in a land that you didn't even know where those people were, while simultaneously fighting each other because the European was fighting over land, while simultaneously conquering Africa. That would make white people the most superior super gods ever known to man. And it's just
Well,
not possible.
No, they wouldn't.
Art. Look at it this way. I know quite a bit about this subject. Um, Number one, the academic canon of the European makes it look. They portray it as if they killed them with their swords. So they're not trying to tell you.
No, no. Columbian exchange theory is that they killed them off with due to diseases,
No, no,
and that's
hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm saying that a lot of books want to portray like they conquered them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to say Europeans in general, scholars in general, don't say that they killed them. They don't tell the truth that they wiped them out with the fucking smallpox. Um, you can look at diaries to find out that I think some of the passing of smallpox was intentional, but I don't think that the Europeans knew how effective smallpox was going to be. I don't think they
no,
did.
no, no, no. If you go read up on smallpox and how it spreads, it could not have spread across two continents to kill that many people, and it's just not the probability of that is just not feasible.
Did you
And
see
then when
how
you and,
Hold
uh,
on a
did
wait,
you
minute.
wait,
see
one
how
second.
fast COVID spread?
Hold
Yeah,
on.
I get, but it didn't kill
Hold
people
on a
at that
minute.
rate,
Hold on a
and I
minute.
didn't.
Hold on a minute. stop because they didn't just have smallpox, they had mumps, rubella, smallpox, influenza, measles, tuberculosis,
I get all that,
pertussis,
Wani, but
typhus, diphtheria, cholera,
okay,
chickenpox, poliovirus,
and I get
typhus,
that. So that okay,
typhoid fever, another kind of pneumonia,
yeah, I get the
meningitis,
whole climate change
malaria,
theory.
leprosy, syphilis, and
Okay,
they also spread
there's one
AIDS.
problem with that logic, Wani.
No, there isn't.
That diseases work two ways, and if you had a population that nobody really encountered like that, you would equally die to their diseases. So you
No,
can't.
they didn't
That's
have.
you
That's one of the
literally
things.
could.
Hold on.
Oh my! Really? Do I
Relax.
have to cite more studies? Like I already
Relax
blew
a
up your
moment.
jumbotron. Like
Relax a moment. Some uh Europeans went over and visited Aboriginals. This man was on a quest to improve his health. He was determined to say that being white was a disease and he wanted to cure it. He said being white was a disease that he was going to cure. He went over to these areas. He was not a malicious white man. And he said these people were so healthy. They had nothing wrong with them except minor scratches on their legs from brushing up against bushes. He was also a doctor.
okay,
Um,
okay, so yeah, but that's fine. There's no way he could
they're
have known
very
100
healthy.
million.
These populations
Okay,
were
but that's
very healthy and they used
humanity
plant
as a whole.
medicine.
Humanity as a whole, and so the idea, and I don't get how people think that humanity as a whole have always died of sickness.
Okay,
From the
have you
Irish
ever
potato
heard of
famine
a white
to
man?
massive.
Have you ever heard of a white European man sailing up on anywhere and saying these people look
Okay,
horrible? These
yeah, yeah,
people are
but
sickly.
again, can I get like just
I
let me get a
haven't.
couple words out here?
I really haven't
Okay,
heard that
cool.
before.
Okay, I can post a book where Indians were already visiting the Europeans. Where was the sickness?
Hold
We
on,
could have caught sicknesses, right?
Art. I think
There was cocaine found in the Egyptian bodies. They should have already been sick,
Art.
right?
That's not the
I
point.
think you're losing context because two things can be true at once. If you were listening to what Wani said, smallpox did not kill everybody. It didn't wipe out the Melanesian population. I think what I heard Wani say, and I agree with if I heard it right, smallpox wiped out the Denisovan, the Asian population. They had no immunity. Um, and there's a world of evidence. Check this out. If you look at the largest rainforest on the planet, the Amazon rainforest, evidence is starting to pop up that that shit is man-made. How do we know it? We know it because 90 fucking percent of those trees in the Amazon are useful. That wouldn't happen in nature. By useful, I mean they're edible. They're edible or they're medicinal. They're plant like there are studies. This is a hot area right now in archaeology and geology, cutting edge shit. That's one book I got is cutting edge on that. But so they found out, scientists start to find out, wait a minute, why are the majority of these trees bear fruit or have medicinal qualities? They're like, oh shit, because they've been planted. So drones are being used with a relatively new technology called lidar that can look through trees and see structures, and they're finding fucking pyramids. They're finding what looks like roads and neighborhoods all along the goddamn Amazon River. What I'm saying, y'all, is that whole gigantic South American Amazonian area was a fucking neighborhood. And Balboa wrote about it in his diary. I'm gonna paraphrase him, but he said something like, "As he got trapped on the Amazon and couldn't. He got trapped on a boat and couldn't move because he got caught in a rip current. He went from one side of South America all the way to the other side in a couple of days, almost starved to death. Um, and he wrote in his diary that he saw where everywhere he went, he saw beautiful neighborhoods, like with people and metropolises of large areas. Well, those areas fucking just straight disappeared when the Spanish came with their diseases. They wiped out the natives who had the genealogy, the Denisovan or Asian DNA, because they had zero immunities to that shit. Um, They were just straight hundreds of million of them were fucking wiped out by that shit.
This is
It's
written about with a lot of
Yeah, but
historians.
my problem with that particular thing versus them getting breeded out is that uh, the people keep not ignoring the fact that the Bering Strait was bi-directional, which means those people have always been mixing with the people of this land. So I don't know how much, and when I
What
say
does
the people of this land, I mean
biodirectional mean, though?
Aboriginals.
What does that mean? If some Siberian types went across the Bering Strait, who would be over here to go back across? Who would want to go back to Siberia?
That means that
what
Biodirectional meaning what? They went back to Siberia. Who wants to go to Siberia?
oh well, here goes an even bigger point, Wani. I hear what he's saying, but that's kind of irrelevant to the smallpox issue because let's just argue. It's the first time I heard this, but sure, I'll buy that. Let's say people from North America went back over the Bering Strait to what is now Russia, right? Let's say that happened. Sure. Where would they encounter smallpox? Smallpox came from Europe, a whole nother vector that was
Hmm.
locked in stasis. Like Dr. John Henry Clark said, the European discovered later on discovered the what do you call it, maritime, like how to fucking do.
who lives in Russia right now?
They're not European. They're not. But
That's
back
not
then,
right now. It's not the same.
yeah, it's not. It's not the
Uh,
same.
I get that, but to
Demographics
act
are
like there
different.
wasn't previous
Totally
migrations
different.
is just like it's not. You know what I'm saying? If the Russians are there now, that means Europeans have been there because you wouldn't have.
No, that
You couldn't
doesn't.
have just instant.
That's
Okay,
not
okay.
the same
You could
thing. Um,
again. All right.
are you saying that white
The
people were
European.
in America 20,000 years ago?
I'm saying that because we know the Vikings were here.
Yeah, they didn't
We
have
also know that
diseases.
around the.
Yeah, we don't know why.
Okay, but they were
It
European.
doesn't
So
matter. They
again,
didn't
to
have
act like
diseases. They were
there's
interacting
too
with
many.
Native
Okay,
Americans
what
and
I'm
they didn't
saying,
have
what I'm
diseases.
saying is, what I'm saying is, if we do this mathematically, which we can, and calculate the odds of what one way versus the other way, it's
But
clearly not
earlier,
feasible
earlier
to
you
kill
said,
hundreds of
hold
millions of
on,
people. It's just not
it is
feasible.
feasible. Earlier you said that there are different tribes, which I agreed with, that all white people are not the same. So obviously these Vikings, they didn't have this kind of horrible disease.
Pale skinned people. That's all I'm saying. There's pale skinned people over here,
Well,
and there was dark
Vikings are
people over here,
different.
and they
I
didn't
don't
just
know
die off.
why, and I don't care. But they did encounter Native Americans. They wrote about it in the 1700s. They were talking about the trade that they had with Native Americans and the
But
interactions,
are
and
you hearing?
nobody was dead.
Are you hearing what you're saying? You're still trying to bunch a monolithic group of North and South Americans, two continents, and say that they were one type of people. That's
No,
you
I'm
can't.
talking
You
about
would have the
Vikings up
ethnic.
in the
You
North
okay? So what
America.
I'm saying
Well,
is,
well,
I'm not
so
talking
what I'm
about
saying
South
is,
America.
if there was 1,000 tribes in America, you might humor me and say you killed 100 of those ethnicities or tribes. You didn't kill
all
that
right.
other
I
900.
have a very reliable scholarly book in front of me that says the extreme south of, we're talking about Siberia, the Denisova cave, which where it said this is where the Native Americans came from. Said Native American DNA is of Denisovan origin, right? And it says the Denisovan cave is on the Russian Federation, what is now the Russian Federation district of Siberia, which is bordered by Mongolia, China, Kazakhstan, and extending to the Ural Mountains. During the time you're talking about, Europeans were, if they existed at all at this point, if that mutation had ever had
They
manifest
didn't.
yet,
Yeah, they didn't exist.
right?
Um,
They were
okay, so
Mongolians.
they had they have a lot of admixtures. So
Yeah, but you guys are
hold
skipping
on.
years because I'm only talking the last
They're not
10,000 years.
full
I don't know where you guys are going.
Denisovan. They have that admixture of the earlier hominid, but they are modern. They are Homo sapiens. They just have a couple of different types of admixtures with the Denisovan. Uh, we don't know who they got mixed in with, but what is true is the Hopi and the Navajo came way, way after some of these other East Coast groups. and they have a completely different face, and they do different things. They have different skills. Like we said yesterday, they work with turquoise. They make jewelry with fringes on it, and it looks exactly like people with in the Turkic populations. So they must have had something to do with people in Turkic populations who also make turquoise jewelry with fringes on it, and they both have extremely large noses.
Yeah, yeah. And art. My point was those people that made it that became the red native were Denisovan. They were Siberian. They were Mongolian. They were not. They were related, distantly related to Genghis Khan. We know this because they were nomadic, and they got to the Americas because they were nomadic and they were chasing their food, which more than likely was a buffalo. Although there's some evidence to support that it was woolly mammoth or mammoth, however you say in plural. So what I'm trying to say is, over time, that was the genealogy that made it, in the most part, to the areas that were just fucking wiped out by smallpox. I have a very detailed book on it called Pox Americana. If y'all get a chance, you probably could find this book for like $4. This shit detailed as fuck. Um, Smallpox is hardcore, and if you don't have these people with with the Denisovan DNA had zero immunities. Their bodies weren't the same as ours. I mean, they don't really grow facial hair. You know, and I'm trying to say is hair is a kind of blocks one of hair's purposes is to block viruses. I mean, block. It's like a barrier. You know what I'm saying? It Smallpox wiped these people out.
Let me explain some of their ancestry. They're called ancient East Asians that diverged um, in phases. So it was one group called ancient East Asians, 44,000 BCE, separated from basal East Asians, um, and then they became ancient North Siberians, and they have genetic ties to Eastern Eurasia, and they continue to branch off. One group went back to Siberia and became adapted to that area. Another group developed the Finno Uralic language and the Uralic language, and they went to the Baltics and parts of the Carpathian Basin. And the other group um, crossed the Bering Strait, 15,000 to 2000 BCE. So they basically don't really have a lot of exposure to white people, what we would call white people. They didn't really have a lot of exposure to them. They really were pretty isolated in their um, admixtures were very localized when you look at it. You would assume that a person of African descent would have more resistance to it because these people are coming from their genetics, they're trading with people. Um, they just have more exposure. These people literally were very isolated.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean it's been proven time and time again that melanated, especially Africoid DNA, it's like magic. It fights viruses. I did a fucking study for the 4 years at university on COVID-19, and one statistic that nobody talked about is that Africa, a lot of places in Africa, West Africa particularly, rejected that vaccine. They wouldn't have it. And they had very low rates of COVID infection. They were testing positive without any symptoms. Um, it's something to the DNA. It's something to that. You know what I'm saying? but the admixture in the areas of South America was different. You did have Africoid, people, descendants of Olmecs, but you have had and to this day still have a lot of the Denisovan DNA down there,
Hmm.
and that Denisovan DNA did not get along with smallpox.
Plus all
It
those
spread like
other,
wildfire.
plus all those other diseases. That had to be an attack on the senses to be confronted with all of those horrible diseases. And they said that they got sick. They wrote about this. These sailors have logs, and they're unrelated to other sailors, and they wrote about how sick they were and how they made people sick.
Yeah, and then culturally, if you look at their culture, their choice drink um with some type of drink where they eat the berries and spit them into the cup, and the berries plus saliva, it turns the alcohol, like it creates it ferments,
Who
and
does
that
that?
cleans it.
Who
Huh?
does that?
The I'm trying to think of the name of the group. They're in South America.
It's a South American indigenous group.
Maybe the Mayans or something, but they chew on the berries and they spit it in a cup, and
Mm.
I thought it was nasty as fuck and unsanitary, but that's their practice because they don't have any way to clean the water. So the by that drink fermenting, the alcohol um purifies it. It kills like bacteria. But what I'm trying to get at is their culture was like very like touchy and very, it easily transmits disease just culturally.
Professor, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, what you trying to say that African people were in Alaska? Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
I never said that. I don't know where your mind is.
comprehension skills are wild.
Hey, we're drug
Or
free on this
African
space.
American people are natives, or
No,
is that what you're trying to say?
no,
Because I'm born on the border of
no,
Siberia. I'm a real native to this
no.
land, buddy.
Hold
No,
on.
We're
you're
not
talking
saying
to
any
a
of that.
real native. You're not
Hold on.
talking
We're
to no
real
fake
natives,
Russian.
goofballs,
I got a question for you. What's your lineage?
dummy.
Northern Russia. Ural is exactly what you just mentioned.
Ural,
Ural, that's
Ural.
not how you say it. In
Doesn't
Russian, we
matter.
say Ural.
I'm not
In
Russian.
America,
Ural. You have
In
to
America,
pronounce
we
it
I'm not
say
right,
Russian,
Professor.
bitch.
Pronounce.
in
I'm gonna
America we
kick
say
your
Ural.
motherfucking ass if you don't get the fuck up off of
Hold on.
there.
Let me block this sucker because I don't respect him. I just block that imbecile. I don't ever want to see him again. Go back to Ural. That's what the fuck I said. I didn't say Ural because I'm not Russian. I say in the hood we say Ural.
Urine. I'm gonna call it urinal now. That's the kind of bitch I am.
Urinal.
Any questions?
Back to the urinal mountains. Back to what I was trying to say. So basically, when they go out to catch a whale, the whale is actually like, okay, you know what? I'm ready to die. And it like follows the guy around trying to get killed. What's going on up there? Anybody know?
I posted that thing about the two way in the Jumbotron from Scientific
We're
American.
talking about whales murdering themselves now. That conversation
Want say
is
that?
over.
Say that again. I was drinking some Gatorade and I couldn't
Gatorade.
respond. I almost spit it all over my phone.
No, they.
What's the flavor?
It's hey man. Hey, blue.
That's not a flavor.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just
Professor, you're better
They
off with
said that.
Pedialyte, for
They
the
said
record.
that when the Inuit person goes out to catch the whale. I mean, these people have been doing this for thousands of years, right? The whale is not dumb. They're a very smart animal. So they see him and they'll kind of like know that he's going to harpoon somebody and kill someone. So they'll go over there and just hang out, like let's get it over with.
That's very sad. He accepts his fate.
Yes.
Wow.
It's
Maybe he
kind
thinks
of
he's.
like a they have some sort of thing where they do a respectful killing, and where they thank the whale for providing them sustenance. It's very interesting. I love animals. I'm a vegan, so obviously I don't like whales getting killed, but they do have these very deep relationships with these animals, and they don't take the hunts lightly.
Yeah, well, I know whales have graveyards. They go places to die, so maybe it's older whales, and whales are hyper intelligent. Maybe they know they're going to die anyway, and they're providing themselves um, for
Mhm.
they're going to die. There's an interesting story. Cradle Muchwa talked about that. He said in that special I was telling you about, he talked about a story of the God dang it, didn't you've heard the name before, but it was some type of um, it's a myth of a group of aquatic um, beings of a higher magnitude, like extraterrestrial, that came to visit um, mankind, and one of the older beings um, greeted mankind and then killed himself. And the order was that mankind was to cook his body and eat him, um, for remembrance. It was like a ceremonial thing. So I don't know. It kind of sounded like that to me.
Strange.
But yeah,
Are you talking about the orca?
I can't think of the name. My brain, the older I get, it's a name we've all heard and been like, what does that mean?
Remember when Orca went berserk and was on that guy's butt?
Eating them at
That
SeaWorld?
movie was no, the movie. I
Oh, I
was
never
so
seen the movie.
stressed out. I felt cold inside my own bed. It's like, wait a minute, it's California. I, he was out on an iceberg getting jacked up by that whale. The whale, he killed the whale's family, and the whale was like, oh, hell no, and just tracked him down. And everywhere he went, he was like in the bar drinking with his little sailor friends, and the whale jumped up and knocked over something. And the rest of the town said, that whale wants you, and we're not going to stand near you. We don't want you to live in town because the whale is hunting you. So the whale got him out on an iceberg and really gave him the business. You didn't ask all that.
That's what he got.
Why am I talking about whales at night? I don't get it.
Don't fuck with whales.
No, but I feel you with that. That's how I am with dolphins. So when I was in Savannah, visiting Savannah, because it's my name, and everyone says it's a beautiful place, and it is, and the food was great. But we went to Tybee Island, and there was a dolphin that came, and I knew it was a dolphin, but I couldn't get past it. I couldn't watch too many Shark Week movies, and my brother used to torture me with that. And I really wanted to touch it because everybody was going to like greet it because they're very nice, but I just could not get past it. Yeah, I couldn't get past it. I knew it wasn't a
Right.
shark.
You didn't want to, you were scared to touch it?
I was terrified. I was
Why?
terrified.
It's a dolphin.
All I had to do was do like maybe like five more strokes, and I was right there. And my body just like locked up. Mm.
I've been reading the whole time looking for it, and I finally found it. It says in Pax Americana, it says that most of these laborers were Native Americans. When smallpox struck, their genetic how do you say that, homogeny, their genetic homogeny may well have magnified its virulence. Moreover, the mines were far from isolated. Regular pack trains carried silver to Mexico City and returned with textiles, wine, and other manufactured goods. So, unavoidably, the pack trains carried microbes as well for foodstuffs. So basically, everything set up around South America was a transmitter Unintentional transmitter of smallpox. It fucked those people up. They didn't stand a chance. Their culture of like being touchy feely and spitting in a big vat to create a Kool Aid or whatever they're drinking. That it,
That was not healthy.
it just the whole everything was just like a. It's almost like it was what do you call it? Like ordained to happen or something. Like that's the one thing that could have happened to fucked all those people up. A disease.
I don't know about you, but the smell of must make me sick, and they stink. So just the smell alone would have just made me like, you know, like forget.
I,
I
I
get
posted
super
I
sick.
posted the back and forth between the thing, but I also posted Honduras and Belize. Here's this in the 900s. It says
Well,
their land was taken away from them. They were enslaved, exploited, and their traditional way of life was profoundly affected by the intrusion of foreigners from Europe, who was regarded them as inferior to whites. A common experience of colonial subjects at the hands of their conquerors at the time. In the area that is now Belize, the Mayans suffered and died under Spanish occupation. They were massacred and fled into a dense forest in central and western Belize for security. The British buccaneers and pirates also attacked the Mayan along the coast of Belize. Some of these Mayans were even sold to British plantation owners and settlers in Jamaica. Some were also sold to slave masters in southern states of the United States, especially North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. And these are
and
Mayans they're talking about.
what does that prove?
Because he also posted when on it because when he posted the smallpox thing from Americana from 1775 to 1782. I posted a census from the West India Islands from 1790. They had 7 million Indian slaves. So
Yeah,
there's
both things can be true at the same time. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm
no, no,
just
that's all I'm saying. Like we can't.
But they
They
still
they
have.
clearly didn't get wiped out. Like I have more than enough proof of that. And I also posted a thing about the not only does the Bering Strait theory, but how they use the Bering Strait theory. It's called times are altered with us. Goes into the Bering Strait in the Columbian exchange theory because it says the Columbian exchange theory argues that dot dot dot. I won't go into it. You can read it for yourself. So this is all Columbian exchange babble.
Okay,
There's
but
no
you
you gotta
don't
like
feel they went across the Bering Strait?
it was a two-way migration, so we don't
Do
know
you
who
feel they
came
came
where
across?
how.
But do you
It was a
feel
two
that?
again. I posted
Do
in
you
the
feel they
jumbotron as a
came
two-way
across the Bering
migration.
Strait because they share languages and DNA with people that?
But that would be that would be common amongst people going back and forth, and it's a two-way
I didn't
migration.
say they
So
would.
all I'm
Never
saying is
mind.
this:
This
to
argument is
for
very
people to
strange.
again for people, it's like out of Africa theory, right? People like to use lack of alternative as proof of theory, and that's not the
You're
case.
not.
Lack of
We're not
alternative is
doing
not
that.
proof of
We're
theory.
saying that people were killed by nasty diseases by super
Yeah,
spreaders.
but the numbers are speculative at best. They
Never.
don't
I
tell us.
didn't go to court to swear on the numbers, though. Why are you
yeah,
all?
exactly. So what I'm saying, and
That's all I was getting at.
it's overwhelming evidence. I'm not gonna give a number, but a fuckload of them were killed. I'm gonna say this: more of the natives were killed by smallpox and diseases than by the sword. And what you just said makes sense because they were so wiped out and disoriented by disease. Hernando Cortez's captain's log, his diary shows that by the time they came back to port, most people in his diary it says um, most people were dead. Like whole fucking cities were like damn near dead. So after smallpox softened them up, then they went in there and start cutting off heads and kicking ass and taking names. But the books will make it look the other way around. It makes it look like they just showed up off them boats with their swords and their horses, and everybody bowed down. I mean, Art, I've been over there. I've been in Mayan villages and shit, and they've told me to scoop.
So when people say, "Where are the bodies?" right? Are you expecting to see a pile of bodies from the 1500s?
What I'm saying is that
No,
we
you can't
yes,
do
I'm
that.
expecting that
Ask my
because we
question.
I said
Why
yes
would you expect to
because we
see
see
that?
Egyptian massacres from
And
far
you
way
think that
more way
animals
back
are
than
not
that.
gonna, you don't think animals and things are going to get rid of all the bones. You know how efficient nature
In a
is.
couple hundred years, that's absurd. We have massacres from thousands of years ago that we have bones for.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked up to find out if there are piles of bones. I bet you there are. But if there aren't, I mean, that is a rainforest. I mean,
They should be able to find the bones after a couple hundred years. It's just it's
How do
nonsensical to
you
think
know
otherwise.
that that they
that's
didn't?
what I'm saying.
Because I've looked for it. Post
We
it if you
didn't
have it.
even. No, I'm not. I want to read some other stuff. I don't want to talk about this anymore because it's not even an argument. They have diseases. They killed a lot of people with them in Australia and everywhere else that they went. They were a virus spreading super spreader.
And they almost killed themselves with those diseases. That's the way they
Yes, they
survived it.
did. Yes, they
They,
did.
that's the only reason they have immunities to those filthy diseases is because they almost got wiped out. So the survivors of the plagues and shit in Europe, the European survivors were the most fit, you know. And then they come around some people who's been eating fruit and berries and shit, never been exposed to any viruses, never been around the cold, living in an area that naturally has perfume in the air. I've been there. Um,
And you know those women in Tierra del Fuego, in the Patagonia area, they were what do you call it? Where you can live outside, like the Khoisan. They don't have to have.
clothes.
They walk around like they're adapted to living outside. That's an adaptation. And these women were bathing in very cold waters, and they didn't need any clothes and they didn't have to live inside of anything. And that's saying something. So they were very healthy. They're another healthy population before they were attacked.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, smallpox is definitely something you can test in bones. So, ironically, it leaves lesions.
Ah,
All right, man. You know I love you, man. I love you. I love your insight, but this is not an argument. Smallpox wiped most of those
Who's
motherfuckers out.
arguing? I just stated a fact that you can test it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just telling you. Smallpox wiped most of them motherfuckers out. And if you want your evidence, I told you earlier they did.
he's not
Professors and
taking our evidence. That's why I'm not
professors and
personally.
scientists, I think it was in 2022 because it's relatively new, this discovery, but they flew drones down there in the Amazon, along the Amazon River, in those areas that look wild and uninhabited. All that shit's man-made, including the goddamn trees. They just basically, if you leave an area alone, trees and shit'll take the area. Drive through Detroit in some of those neighborhoods that got disenfranchised when the factory shut down. You'll see trees just like growing through houses and shit. That's what Mother Nature does. Well,
Absolutely.
they flew a drone over that motherfucker with lidar and saw all kinds of. I'm talking about a whole city's worth of structures up under all that green. That shit used to be inhabited right along the riverbank, and something wiped all them out. So either aliens wiped them out or smallpox. I'm gonna bet. Put my bet
Smallpox
on. Yeah,
and all the rest of those diseases I named. Probably has some others that we don't even know about.
yeah.
Did you know that birds had weird names? Like I I saw that they have a murder of crows instead of a flock. It's called a murder of crows, but they have a whole bunch of them. Like an unkindness of ravens, a bevy of swans, a
A
gaggle of geese.
it's a confusion of a large group of like those African gazelles or those things that I know what they I can see 'em in my head. I can't think of the name, but they have horns and they're almost like wildebeest, but you call a group of them a confusion. That's that
A
European shit.
confusion. What
A
is that?
confusion.
An ostentation of peacocks, a pandemonium of parrots, a waddle of penguins. Like, who made all these things up?
White people.
That's
Um,
not the right names.
Waddle makes sense.
It does, but I don't feel comfortable using that in a writing.
A waddle of penguins. Mississippi, you had your hand up for a while. What's on your mind, bro?
Oh no, I was just gonna say that well we pretty much passed most of the points on that one. But I was going into looking at exactly what was the universal language during that time that these colonists and others came here and learn how to speak with the natives and the indigenous people who were here. I know that earlier Art said that, people, they just naturally know how to speak using, body language and things like that. But when I look at it, there's no evidence in any of the books or anything that I've read so far to show that those people had any type of universal language or anything in common. And I mean, even among the indigenous tribes, they had languages and symbols in history that was highly unique to themselves. Symbols, signs, things that were scratched in the trees, engraved in the rocks, or daubed on walls to communicate with other nation members. But many of those symbols and everything were specific to that tribe that they used. And it would have been completely unrecognizable to a tribe who might have just lived right across the river from them. So for me, it's hard to believe that a bunch of people could have come here from Europe or who could have come from any other continent and simply began to communicate or speak with these people, especially given the fact of what you and Wani were just mentioning, that smallpox had already decimated a large proportion of those people. So they would have already had a superstition and fear of foreigners or people coming into their tribes or around them already. So that would have made a language barrier and a communication barrier even tougher, even stronger. So for me,
Well, how do you explain treaties?
treaties would
Which could have been
treaties
impossible.
would have had to come about as a result of people who had already come to create a lingua franca or a trade language among one another, and that would have required them to be trading already. My question
Such as,
my
yeah.
question goes back to finding out how that ever began with them, being that these people were from two foreign cultures, two foreign traditions, didn't have any language, anything in common. We even a lot of people when they're children they learn, if you were in history class, they learned that the pilgrims and the natives spoke and had Thanksgiving dinners, all that stuff. But what they don't explain is how Squanto, one of the indigenous people who served as a translator, he spoke perfectly fluent English, and they never explained how he came to learn to speak fluent English while being indigenous to that tribe, never having contact with the Europeans at any point, but was able to speak perfectly fluent English when they arrived and were able to translate it back to his people on exactly what they were saying. So I'm just basically looking for the root. I'm not really
Nonverbal.
interested in in much of the quantitative data. I know that Art is good with the whole quantitative data thing and everything dealing with numbers and stuff like that. I'm more interested in the qualitative data, from the natives
Yeah, but
themselves.
look into nonverbal communication.
Yeah, I did that, and I still can't find
Well,
anything that
that's as old
they
as
wrote
humanity
about it.
itself. So,
I still can't find anything that they specifically wrote about it back then to show that these people had developed a trade language or that they were trading at all prior to their first meeting among the pilgrims. I
Watch,
don't
watch,
wait.
know.
So,
American Maroon, Tariq Nasheed's masterpiece. He identifies that there were several um, very famous black men who were actually indigenous black men who were interpreters. I got a book on that shit. Actually, it identifies one of them. I'm glad you made me think of it. Hold on, let me look at this guy. I think Estefanico the Moor was one of them.
Professor, can you put that in the jumbotron and everything? Because I know Estevanico was indeed. You're right. He was one because he was the one who opened up the West for them, to be able to come over here and do the trading and exploration and all that. But they never did explain much on how he came to communicate with all the tribes he passed through, because he would have had to pass through hundreds. before he reached what became like Texas and all those places. He would have had to go through hundreds of people, hundreds of tribes. And they said that he was African, but I don't believe that because how would an African have known how to speak with people from a whole different continent? They never had anything to do. He's
But
from
but
a
but
different tribe.
but that's the thing. That's the hidden history. Is they were linked. These these Moors, they're older cultures here. You want to Estefanico? You want
Uh,
it?
Yeah, yeah, Estevanica.
Yeah, I got a
I,
fucking rare book. Shit on him. Hold on.
I want to add, Squanto. He got kidnapped during the Christopher Columbus era of ships that was coming to America, and they took him back to Europe and taught him English, and that's how he learned how to communicate and became a so-called translator. He tricked his way back over here on one of the ships, and he just ran away.
This is perfect evidence right here, Estefanico, because he was in Arizona and he's dressed just like that picture I saw at Paris Island with the Marines. Um, Black man dressed like an Indian because he was the Indian and he knew all the languages. I'm about to put in a jumbotron. Hold on 1 second. Bam. Okay, there we go. There's a lot of stuff in this jumbotron. So the way Estefanico, if you look in the jumbotron, ladies and gentlemen, is dressed is how those Native Americans were dressed at Paris Island. But yeah, the book says F. Stefanico was the best known of hundreds of African slaves who accompanied the Spaniards on their exploration. I don't think he was a slave. Born in the village of Amazur near the Moroccan coast. There you go. Morocco, that's the Moors. You know what I'm saying? They knew the languages over here.
Thank you,
Very.
thank you, thanks a lot, Professor. I do appreciate that. Oh, and it do make sense that he would have been a Moor. I know that you study it a lot and everything, and I know that you study you like writing a book about it right now, studying that history on it and everything. Um,
It's hidden. Yeah, it's hidden, and it's so frustrating. It's like, but he, brother, he is us. That's who we are. We're him.
I believe
We were
that.
here.
I believe that.
We were here dressed just like him when the Europeans showed up. First, they wiped shit out with smallpox, softened it up. They didn't get us because we could fight it harder. And then they came here with the guns and shit and reclassified us and said, "Hey, my home state of Alabama got creeks, and creeks look just like Estef Stefanico. I went to my wife's great aunt's house near in the middle of nowhere, in Camp Hill, Alabama, some little bitty Alabama somewhere. And she was talking with her aunt, so I walked my dog up the street to the courthouse and just to look at the plaques and saw a plaque of here Andrew Johnson made a deal with the Creeks and da 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 da, whatever. And I was looking at the courthouse, and there was a long, long line of brown skinned black people paying tickets and going to see the judge, of course. And I looked at their face. I was like, man, it's the creek. Them the creeks right there. The niggas by the creek. The European just names us. Warfare is all about naming stuff. You're not a brother. You're not a friend. You're an enemy. Well, how can you treat an enemy? You can kill him. Savannah, what's on your mind?
Um. Oh, okay, I remember. So Art was like talking about the timelines and how how he talked about how they couldn't be in two places at once. Um, and I think it's funny because like when we look at the dates and times of everything, it really it makes sense, right? Because like the Louisiana Purchase when they really, that big chunk of America separate from the 13 colonies and obviously the South was in 1803, right? They didn't really start going into Africa to like divvy it up for, who gets, you know, Portugal gets this and Spain gets this and England gets that until like the late 1800s. So I mean, it worked out right. If I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah,
Correct me if
yeah,
I'm wrong.
that sounds about right. The divvying up of Africa really happened during in the 19. When did World War I? That's what World War I. Again, back to
Yeah,
a
It was
lot.
exactly. And they
1880 to
had to.
1913.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but they had to even
You know,
stop
you
a lot
could.
of their operations in there because of the war that was happening with World War One.
This is why I'm obsessed with history, is because everything's a finesse. They're lying to you. All the shit we got in our head that we learn in school is wrong. Well, World War I wasn't about the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. It was about Europe. Somebody found out that Africa had some fly shit, and Europe got together and stopped fighting each other and said, "Hey, let's stop fighting each other and let's just go here and steal this shit." You know what I'm saying? And then
King
they ended up fighting
Leopold,
each other.
King Leopold sent a man out to do.
That's right, Leopold. That's right, and that's true. That's there you go. Leopold was down there with his hoes. He loved prostitutes, and basically, I know that because Germany World War II was because happened because Germany got greedy and stole the largest portion of Africa, the Congo, and all that area, and they made a poor gamble because diamonds, gold, and oil didn't exist in the Congo. Now they're still fighting over the Congo because all kind of rare fucking shit they ain't talking about is there. I saw a video I wasn't supposed to see that it's a rock in the Congo that generates fucking electricity, and that's no shit. It's some type of it's like some vibranium, like like some shit off that movie. That shit's real. I saw this shit. It's a rock, a mineral, whatever you want to call it. That if you put them together, they spark, and I mean they spark hard as a motherfucker, like a battery shorting out. But yeah, it's some wacky shit down there. Our cell phones come from the Congo. It's the stuff to make our screens in the cell phone that's down there. But my point is, World War II is because Germany felt like they got fucked over because England got all the diamonds, all the oil. Likewise with France. France got a lot of the diamonds and the oil and the gold.
Belgium got the Congo for the rubber. All cars were becoming a big thing. The manufacturing of cars and tires and all of that became a real big thing.
Yeah, but Germany, they kind of crashed out. They didn't have enough to boost their economy. America got on. America was not really advertised as America got involved with World War I because of that. And all the finesse we learned in school, America got involved in World War I because the English, the fucking secret society English people were saying, "Hey, there's oil over here." And J.D. Morgan Chase, the Rockefellers Bank, who's really running this country, ladies and gentlemen? J.D. Morgan Chase told the fucking president, gave the president an order, like the Rockefellers gave the president of the United States an order to join World War I, and he did. I thought the president was in control of the military. Nope, we don't know who runs this country. So we got involved in World War I, and our involvement in World War I created a gas company that everybody loves so dear, Exxon, which is a subsidiary of J.D. Morgan Chase. Exxon is a Rockefeller bank, is a Rockefeller gas company. Everything's about theft and murder and deception. If you study real history, it's interesting. It makes sense too. It's like Europeans just gonna fucking kill and cut off heads and murder little babies, and baby seals and whales, like Wani said. Get some fly shit popping, and then hire some scholars to write an alternative version of what happened so the children can read it without feeling guilty or angry at their parents. It's a hot mess. The black, what's on your mind?
You know what kind of confuses me is like, cause the little Hindu babbling dude kind of made me think of this when he said he was in Australia. Like, you don't really hear about Australia history. And when you look at the colonial part of Australia history, which the word Australia means unknown land. That's the original meaning of Australia. And America used to be called Australis. So it it kind of confuses me because you don't really hear about Australia. Like, where the fuck is that? All I know it look like Nevada. Most of it kind of the parts that they do show. It reminds me of Nevada. You know what I'm saying? Arizona, like the desert and shit. So, and when you look at the colonial history, it mirrors, you know what I'm saying, the up east colonial history of America when they was battling the Indians, and like when the Dutch was trying to take over America before the French and all them, the part that they don't talk about, when New York was Amsterdam and all that little crazy stuff when they first start renaming places, because Albany, which is New York, that was so called considered Britain, and it's just a lot of things that's very interesting when it comes down to history, and when you look at where the names of certain places originate, and look at the names of places now, like New Zealand, like or Austria, like too many places the name sounds similar, and when you look at the history of them, the history is similar to American colonial history. So I be feeling like sometimes it's just, I know we're an export society where we export our culture. So I feel like we just exported all our history to different parts of the world to make it seem like, yeah, this is where we supposed to be. Because we already know they try different ways to finesse black people to get on boats and go to different parts of the world to to take over this part of the world, because this was the land of milk and honey, the land of abundance. They came over here, and then it was trees, animals, fruits and vegetables everywhere. So they went on a field day. That's how most of the East Coast was developed, because they went crazy. They chopped down trees and was just doing their merry little thing. So I feel like when you actually look at history, because uh Five kind of reminded me when she brought up uh the 1804 and the colonization era, and because when I look at Haiti history, it reminds me of the Louisiana Purchase, and like Texas history. Most people don't know that Galveston used to be called Saint Domingue, and uh, Christopher Columbus, brother Bartholomew, landed it in Galveston. So it's like, what part is where when you really look at it? Like Texas used to be called Hispania, but the island of Saint Domingue supposed to be Hispania. So it's like, yeah, all of history is a game in a finesse, and it's like it's a big ass puzzle that we got to put together, because we already know most of the history. Because being black, like in America, you got to know some type of history. Like that's part of the culture. That's a mandatory. So when you actually break down each part of America and how they colonize it towards manifest destiny, it just looked like, yeah, all them little different eras, they just exported it and said it happened in this part of the world. It didn't happen over here. That's why they don't really talk about it too much.
Real talk. That sums it up. Sums it up. It, history in America is, well. I'm not going to say America. I'm going to say Western history is a finesse, and there's a reason behind that. Dr. John Henry Clark said everything that come out the European mind has but one purpose: to reinforce European domination of the world. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said Europeans make up a very small minority of human population on the planet. Used to be around 9%. Now it's substantially less. I don't know if Europeans make up 5% now. Birth rates are in decline. So, with that being said, it's to the European interest to spread narratives that make him A, look stronger than he actually is, and B, make us look like we're weaker than we actually are, and C, make them look like they have a ownership claim to land masses that they do not. Now, what we just went over today and learned is that the United States of America was inhabited by foundational Black Americans that looked like me, Nikki, Wani, Savannah, Mississippi, the Black Boss Lady, Deneen, Nikki, Mikhail, Chris. They look like us because they are us. This is our home. And earlier in the space, we learned that Europe doesn't even belong to Europeans genetically. What did I read earlier? According to J.A. Rogers, I love J.A. Rogers. He tells stuff that people don't even tell the truth anymore. But J.A. Rogers says the oldest known representation of the human body is that of a Negro woman. Is carved by a Negro sculptor of Grimaldi race. The Grimaldis were black, and they were the first group of people in Europe. A place that's supposed to be the origin of white people, right? Wrong. Black people were there first. I taught a standard to my students the other week, blew their mind, showed them that Greece and Italian were inhabited by the Etruscans. I mean, the Etruscans was jet black, with Bantu knots. So where did Europeans come from? I don't know. That's a Wani type question. um,
They just came down in waves from the Caspian steppe in the Caucasus. So when they came to these places, there were people there already, and they just, you know, fit them.
uh-oh. You there, Wani?
Yeah. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
You broke up.
Oh no, the mic went off.
Weird.
It just muted me. Oh, it keeps muting.
Touch my
It's
mic.
going off on its own.
Yeah, they don't like to. We pissed somebody off with that, and I'm
The
hey,
Paleo, wait, because well, hold on,
I'm
because
sorry, white people.
we I love it. I love when Foundation on Black American.
American history, like the finds and the data and the research, the art. talk a whole lot about where we come from here, or the things that found here of all the history here and everything, especially surrounding the foundation of Black America. Say that she was a Phoenician princess. Um,
Wow.
they honored her so well that they named that entire continent after her. So Europe is named after a black woman, so it's ironic that white people try to hold it like it's their like their personal thing, or like it represents pale skinned people, but it's named after a black woman, and the first people who inhabited Europe were black people. So it's a real question, like Wani had asked, where does the white people actually come from in Europe? I mean, there's no like history of like when they showed up, like, because we know who was there before. Even during the Roman Empire, we know they had black Roman generals, emperors, things like that. So where did these people come from? And I'll land my plane.
I love it. So, ladies and gentlemen, somebody got angry. Somebody up top on the food top of the food chain on X got angry at our subject matter, and they start messing with Wani. I think they kicked Wani out. I had 100 and some a moment ago. I had 100 and some listeners, and it went down to 10. I guess everybody's coming back. But yeah, I didn't get rid of y'all. It just kind of like got rid of y'all. I really, it's my opinion that this high level build, back to 100 now. This high level build really got somebody's attention, which is fine with me. That's what I live for. I live for to educate my people. I think that's why God put me here.
No, the mic wouldn't work, so I left. And then when I tried to come back, it said, "You're on the stage as a co host speaking."
Wow. Wa-
And then I had to leave again to clear the cache, I guess you could say. And then I came back again. It still had me on the stage having a good time.
Wani, the when you left, the powers that be in upper level management at X kicked 90% of the people. It was like 100 and something,
What?
and it went down to 10 listeners.
What?
It kicked everybody out.
How?
It went to 10, and I was like,
I didn't get kicked out. I left. I've been kicked out of fancier joints than this.
uh yeah. Hell, I almost want to keep going now. Um, what else is there to talk about? I think we covered it. Black, sir. If you look at the picture in the jumbotron, ladies and gentlemen, F. Stefanico Lamore. I'm glad you reminded me, Mississippi. I haven't had that. That's going to be important to cite in my book. Um, Estefanico. Look at that. That looked like a brother from Detroit with a feather in his hair. That's exactly what I saw at Paris Island when I was training with the Marines. I saw a bunch of us. This is our land. That's the secret. I feel like Indiana Jones. I've cracked the code. The secret is this shit belong to us. It all makes sense now. That's why they fucking hate us. It's a projection. They know that they're invading.
And they keep paying the Pan Africanists to make it look like it's okay, but our ancestors never spoke that way. Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, they all said, "We're from here. We are not from Africa. We don't want to go to Africa." So, I mean, next time we have a room, I'll read those quotes from our ancestors that say, "Hey, we're mixed. We have this white man's blood and all that," but we never played that up. You see?
Hey, is anyone talking? I
Drop
can't hear
down
anything.
Midwest. I'll
Yeah.
bring you right back. Juan is talking.
See, we know we have those admixtures, but we just identified as black. We did not want to talk about that. It's probably a source of agony and pain for our ancestors to go through that. And so we trained ourselves not to talk about that aspect and to identify as black. But when we did that, we opened up the door for Africans to think that we are full African when we obviously are not, and to think that saying black means African. And we also opened up other doors by telling other people that they were black if they came over here when we really shouldn't have said that. We should have just said, hey, you're Dominican, fine. You don't feel like you're going to have a problem with the police, fine. We should have just let everybody get their uh, Dominican wake up calls and their Jamaican wake up calls and whatever other calls they needed to get. We should have not been on the phone trying to run interference and getting all up in the, oh no, the police see you. See, we're too loving and we were too humanitarian minded. We were
Yep.
trying to warn these people what was going on, and they wanted to not only say, no, that's not going on, you're the problem, you just didn't lay down enough. And then they took a few bullets in their faces in their own apartments while they were eating cornflakes. And then they started to shut their mouths about who needs to lay down. They're the ones getting toe up. And it's being tucked under, oh, that's a black person. They're getting fired on left and right.
Yep.
Caribbeans are getting towed the hell up by the police. And they won't admit it. But I already know. I know who's Caribbean, and I know how many of them, how many Africans and Caribbeans have taken bullets. But they want to keep calling us bullet bags and talking about how we can't get along with the police. They blew a guy's head off in Michigan, and they said they don't have those problems with the police. So you deal with it. But I bet you one thing, when they get ready to sue the police or whatever they're going to do with them, it doesn't look like there's a lot of movement on the case. They'll drag their ass over to guess who? We won't be left out of it. That guy, I think he's from the Congo. Is the Congolese government going to help him with his legal fees? Is there going to be a Congolese lawyer to come over here and support him?
Nope.
Is there going to be a Congolese group, immigrant Congolese people or immigrant Central African people or immigrant Africans going to get around him and help him, his family with his bills? Is that going to happen? Are they going to pool their money? No. They're going to crawl behind our skirt tails. But guess what? I don't have skirt tails now. We all have on booty shorts. So get from behind us, weirdos.
For each Juan. Savannah, talk to us.
Y'all remember that boy he got what shot in the face or something by that white man in New York, and everyone was like, "Oh wow, that's crazy!" Like we justice for him. And then him and his mother got interviewed by the newspaper company, and they were like, "Oh, we're not like y'all. Um, we're not like that kind of black, basically." And they were like, "We just never thought that would happen to us." Like y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Is this the little boy that went to the man's house to
Yes.
knock on the
To
door
pick
and the
up his
guy?
little brother.
Okay,
Yep.
right. Now, see, that went left very quickly because the aunt came out talking about, oh, my nephew was shot. And then we were like, oh, here comes these Africans. Well, let's see how this goes. Then she had to shut her pie hole real quick because she had a white husband that she had been on Facebook flexing all over the place. Look at this white guy. She was parading him around like a chihuahua. Look at this, girls. Look what I got. Uh huh. And she couldn't talk about white people like a dog because she was living up there with one. You see? That's the problem. She tried to be vocal, but she couldn't because there was a white man in her house, her husband.
Mhm.
So
Wait,
she
wasn't
couldn't.
this in Ohio? I thought that was in Ohio because Tariq was talking
I
about it.
No, that was in New
I
York.
forget.
That was in New York. That was like
Now, I never heard the mother. It looks like Savannah might have heard him and his mother talking because I just heard the aunt.
Yeah, they got interviewed shortly after. Hold on, wasn't it like Yarbo or something like that? It
Yes.
Yarbo.
Wait, did the mom say on the news interview that if I if I could change my skin color, I would, but I can't. I'm black.
She said some. She said some.
All of
She said
that.
all types of crazy shit. It was like,
Yeah.
Because if she did, that's the lady in Ohio. When the
no,
dude she took her son cell phone, he couldn't get to school.
no, 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 no. This guy went to go pick up his little brother from, and he went to the wrong house, and the white guy shot him in the face.
Oh, and the white dude has a grandson that's like black.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think that old man has a grandson that's black, and they talk about how no one talks to him anymore because he's a hardcore white supremacist.
Okay, Ralph Yarl. Ralph Yarl was his name. Um,
Jarl, yes.
yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, this was in a black. Oh wow, never mind. I said New York. A black teenager who was shot and hanged or in the head by a white man in Missouri. Wow, all completely wrong. Missouri.
Wow, none of us know where this happened.
Wow. I'm like, yikes. Okay, I'm about to post it.
I think he was Liberian, though.
But no, I mean basically what they said where it was like I thought we were different. Like I thought we were basically like she thought that like they were better than us. Like that would never happen to them. Basically, is what she was saying in like the interview. And then that's when everybody
Hmm.
was like, "Oh well, fuck you."
Yeah, they just shoot themselves in the foot, don't they? They're so ignorant, and the ignorant just pours right out of their mouths. They can't even control themselves.
But I mean, but it makes sense because I kid you not, every African I went to school with, because it was mainly Africans I went to school with. Yeah, we were told to stay away from you all. We were told that you all were still
Um,
thugs and that we have to stay away from you
oh
all.
my, but they're the ones that have the genocides and just came from butchering each other. I'm
In the
confused.
child
Wait,
gangs.
who is you all? Who's that?
Are you African?
I'm just asking who you all is.
What is your
Who are you
background?
referring to?
Your
What what
mama.
what's your
What's
what's
your background?
Wave? What's your lineage?
I don't think that matters right now. I'm just simply asking a
Shut
question.
up.
Sure.
You don't ask nothing. You ain't asking no questions. Shut up.
Yeah, I'm in a position of power, son. I blocked and removed your ass. Have a nice whatever. Come up in here making demands. We don't know you, man. It's a whole new America, ain't it?
Oh, I thought I was acting the same way.
Yeah. Oh, can you explain? That's what Tariq was talking about that shit about a couple weeks ago. So he said, "Oh, Tariq said, they come up in here like they hear black people. They wait a minute. They're using big words. They're not
Big
rapping.
words.
They're not rapping. They don't sound high. What's going on? Somebody tell me what's going on with the black people. This isn't
Oh
normal.
my God.
This isn't right. They're talking about history.
Big words.
On
Yeah,
the one
Did
channel I
we
can get in my on the one channel I can get in my town, you all did not sound like this.
yeah,
what?
No, like I swear, this girl told me that they could only get one channel. She lived in Kenya. She said
Oh
they could
my
only get one
God.
channel, and that's how they learn English.
wow. That was
Mm-mm-mm.
one of my favorite things to do in West Africa is to sit at the hotel and watch the news.
What?
Hell yeah, because they news be like they issues so different. Like it'd be like 10-year-old girl was sold to her father sold her when she was 9 years old to a 56-year-old man for marriage,
Ugh.
and he had her
That.
her new husband had a circumcision done immediately after getting married, and she developed a terrible infection, and then he didn't want her, so he dropped her back off on her father's foot on her father's front door, but her father doesn't want her either. I was like, whoa, that's some wild shit. like a for real news story like that. Like I can't even comprehend that. Let me sell my daughter to an old man for some animals. This 9-year old. It's just nasty but it's like reality. It's like I don't know. That I like that news. It was some different shit on there. I was like, whoa, where am I?
That's why I feel like when excuse me, that's why when I feel like when Warner brought up the little caste system to the little Hindu babbler, he got in his feelings and he couldn't explain. Because if you look at their culture, they do not care about children and women. Like part of their religion, like if your husband died, you got to jump in the fire and die too. Like that's crazy. Like if your wife have too many girl babies, like they bury them alive. Like what type of sick culture do you have? Like we actually care about our offsprings. Like that's one thing I can say.
Yeah, we're a very caring and loving group of people. We are the children of Mayat. Um, and let me give you another connection. I'm about to tell y'all some wild shit. Hold on, let me get the name of the place. So there's a tradition. Me and Juan has talked about this before, where the Mayans would sacrifice. Um, hold on, Mayan. What do I want to say? Mayan city in near Atlanta, Georgia. I can't remember the name of this place. There we go. That's it. Trackstone. Okay, so this shit I'm about to say is wild as hell. But it's very true. So there's a place called near Brasstown Ball, Georgia's tallest mountains. It's only like 100 miles away from Atlanta, um, if that. And it was a Native American like family that owned a house near this random area of land that they said was a Native American burial ground or something. They had tours. I'm talking like since the 50s or some shit. And it was like a little park up there. Well, in the 2014, a professor from University of Georgia went up there to go on a tour and was like, "Holy shit!" He knew what he was looking at. He had lidar again. And he said, "Man, it's a whole Mayan ruin." But that fucks up the narrative because Mayans weren't supposed to exist in Georgia. Well, um, in South and Central America, they would do sacrifices of little girls, 14, 15-year-old girls, apparently men too. And they would wipe them down. They would strip them and wipe their body down ceremonially in indigo, which would turn them blue before they snatched their heart out and then cut their head off and kicked them back down the steps of the ziggurat pyramid. Well, for years, the archaeologists and professors and anthropologists was like, where in the hell are they getting this indigo from? Because it doesn't grow anywhere near Central and South America. Well, my dude found indigo plants on that Mayan reservation near Atlanta, and the speculation began to um, boil. Were the Mayans getting on a boat and traveling from basically 100 miles north of Atlanta to the city of Mexico? That's not in the narrative. Well, after the professor found that Mayan ruin up on a track, it's called Trap Gap. Dang it, let me look it up again. Track Rock Gap. You can look up Brasstown Bald Track Rock Gap. After that professor did a paper and published an article about Mayan ruins up there, the fucking government put do not trespass, off limit signs all over that motherfucker. You can't go there no more. What are they hiding? I'm gonna go up in that motherfucker one day. I bet you some gold up in that bitch.
I noticed that all of these groups start worshiping a certain type of deity, and then all of a sudden they're killing everybody. They weren't doing all that um, horrible sacrifices before they were um, worshiping. They were just worshiping things for agriculture purposes, and then they started, um, you know,
Yes, very true. I can't think of her name. Maybe I don't need to think of it, but it's a deity out of Hinduism that they chant.
Shiva.
Yeah, her too, but it's another one.
Not that
Begins with an
not
There's
that
one
they.
of
I think you meant Cali.
okay.
Cali.
Yeah,
Cali's horrible
Kali
too.
Ma, Kali Ma. Yep.
Cali's the one that the Thuggy were killing everybody for. They killed millions of people for Cali,
Wow.
the Thuggy in India. Yeah, there's an Indian. That's where the word thug comes from. So when those little Indian geeks come over here talking shit, they created the word thug
Hmm.
based on Sikh Indians, Hindu Indians, and yes, Muslim Indians. They all got together and agreed to worship Kali. Like, that's not even your religion for two of them, but they agreed to do it because they were all thieves. And they strangled people. They wore this yellow silk belt. They have pictures of them, and they would strangle people with it. They were like highway robbers, and the British had to get rid of them because obviously they were killing millions of people. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. And they stole people's children. That's how they added to their numbers. They stole the boys. Wonder why?
I bet you can guess. There's a good scene in Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. Those of you old enough to remember it, where the guy's chanting Cali right before he rips the guy's heart out with his bare hand.
Oh my goodness, how do you even do that?
I don't know. I've seen strange things in person.
I thought you were going to talk about the because I know we're talking about pseudoscience and the Americas, but has anyone heard about the quote unquote theory or myth that it was planned that eventually the cocaine plant would like wipe out the world based off of a message that was found in the rocks where they found where the either the poppy plant or the coca plant or whatever. Has anyone ever heard
Uh,
that?
yeah, I have though.
What happened?
It's inscripted on one of those ancient buildings down there too. It says the white. They call it apparently the ancients call cocaine the white girl too. They say the white girl is going to destroy the white man.
I don't get it.
The cocaine
Cocaina
Is gonna do what to who?
wipe out.
destroy the white man
What? Yeah.
Why?
through addiction.
Mhm.
I mean, when was this?
I see now. I'm sounding ignorant. I gotta find. Hold on. Let me do some research.
I should have looked it up before I brought it up because I know that's what we
I
like to
know what
do.
you're talking about.
But I just wanted to hear if anybody else heard it because I saw a
I
documentary
didn't
on it a
hear
while
that.
ago.
Is this
I
like
mean,
a
the
current thing or a past thing?
Supposedly, it's like a prophecy that they
I
were
mean, the
trying.
first white girl to take them out was the sugar. They went crazy over the sugar and started conquering shit
Yeah,
because they like that sweet stuff.
yeah. I mean, 'cause sugar does light up the same part of the brain as cocaine.
So it's a possibility. It sounds plausible. These motherfuckers is crazy when it comes down to they got addictive personalities. So anything they like, they take it to the extreme. They go skydiving once. It's we gotta go again, dude.
Do you
Uh,
remember that Indian was in here talking about, and the white people are alcoholic, but the natives are. Who is he? Indians are alcoholic. Everybody's alcoholic. What is he talking about? They're over there sniffing glue. They're over there making up drugs. White people in the UK don't even have money to be drunks. Yeah, that's the lowest drunk. At least my uncle could get some wild Irish rose after begging my mom. But hey,
Wild Irish Rose. Wow.
hey, that's his business. He was my drunkle. So anyway, these Indian boys are over there sniffing things. I don't even know what it is, just random things. But the white boys in the UK, they got everybody beat. You know why?
Why?
They go to the hospital and get hand sanitizer and drink it.
Yeah, I've had instances of students doing that, and
What?
it's worse than that. They put.
What?
I don't even know if I should tell you. It's so bad.
What are they?
That you put hand sanitizer on a basically you can. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that.
Is it worse than Tide Pods?
Well, it's pretty fucking awful. You put it on basically.
Don't, please don't. Just
Yeah,
give it. Just leave it to.
imagination got you.
Yeah,
I don't even have enough imagination to know where this is going,
because
but
it got popular out here too with the white kids.
I'm not even nosy enough to know.
It's not something you want to do. Hand sanitizer is has
But their insides are gonna fall out even worse than it would with regular alcohol. What are they doing?
crazy.
Hey, professor, that's nothing. I've heard of people getting a tampon
That's
That's
exact.
and
the
That's
putting
kind
it,
of
you know,
that
one
that's
putting
what
inside
that's
though.
exactly
we're
what I
trying
was
to
gonna say.
avoid
A
saying.
That's
tampon
what I was gonna say. Yeah,
and
they soak it in a hand sanitizer and insert it, and it gets you drunk.
in your butt?
Hmm. Frat boys in college
You're not
years ago.
supposed to do that. That's gay.
Yeah, well, so one of my friends in college was a member of a white fraternity, and they used to butt chug,
Sounds gay.
which is wild. Like you apparently you turn upside down, do
No,
a
you don't.
handstand, and
No.
people pour fucking liquor in your
Mm-mm.
bottom.
No, they don't. Those are all lies.
Ugh,
Ain't they kind of like an animal?
I don't even know, man. I never
An
saw it, but
enema or an animal?
I think he said enema.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know
I heard
when them
animal.
folks be squirting stuff up their butt to try to clear it out.
Uh, oh.
I guess it's equatable.
People
Well,
are doing too many things with their butts these days. We didn't do things all that with our butts back in the day. Chill out on the butts, people.
yeah, butts are off limits.
Wow, we've talked about a lot tonight. like, I know we're talking about sodomy and sodomites and what?
We've covered a lot of ground, and we're still going strong somehow. It's been an interesting night. All right. Native Americans Asian? No, we've covered that. Are Black Americans African? No. What are we? We are foundational to this country. We're the foundation of the United States of America. Wani, any last words?
No. Good night, everybody.
You ready to go to bed? Uh oh, I see a
Possibly.
hand. What's going on, Savannah?
Oh, I was. I mean, if I thought it was everyone saying good night. I mean,
Oh, okay. Okay, well I
okay.
guess that's that. All right, we'll pick this back up tomorrow. I enjoyed y'all. Um, I learned a lot, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace out.